So here we go. Hello, everyone. This is Dwight Woods, the Jeet Kune Rebel. Welcome to the Jeet Kune Dialogues, episode number 267. As you're logging in, if you guys would be kind enough to say where you're logging in from, hit the like button and feel free to continue doing so throughout the dialogue. If you're catching the simulcast over on the YouTube, please be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell as well. And of course, always feel free to share this video and spread the word about the Jeet Kune Dialogues. My dialogue partners today, I don't know if we should have called this a dialogue or a debate or what have you. I don't think it's a debate, right? But my two dialogue partners, in the middle there on my display is Jerry Winterfell. And then on my right side is Rickard Ankarsund. And I don't even remember how this came about, but both of these guys have been on with me before. Jerry, I think this is your third time, right?
Yeah.
Because
third time.
we did the broadcast last week together.
Yes, we did.
Right? Is that where we got this idea from? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, it started off because we were talking about the books, and then I think I mentioned something about it would be interesting to hear how people teach, or what training methods people use, because that's kind of like parallel with the whole JKD library thing. And I mentioned Rickard because I was already talking to him on the side anyway.
Okay.
No offense, right? Just my side piece over here.
Yeah, no, see, so that's why I was telling you when we were off camera that even a simple thing like this, right? So the three of us decide that we're going to get together and have a conversation about teaching Jeet Kune. And the two of you are going to submit questions for me to go through, right?
Yeah.
And the questions don't end up being identical.
No.
You see, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Now, if we were three black belt practitioners of Shotokan karate, right? There would be a lot more, maybe even exactness. You know what I mean? If we had to talk, if we had to talk about teaching, if we have to talk about teaching Jeet Kune, I mean about teaching Shotokan, it's highly unlikely that any of the three of us would have a different approach. In other words, we'd all have to be teaching a specific set of basics, and we'd all have to be teaching the kata heian shodan, because you cannot start in Shotokan, to the best of my recollection, you cannot start in Shotokan with a different kata, with a kata other than heian shodan, because that's the white belt kata. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
JKD is going to be completely different.
Yeah, of course. That's how the system is set up.
Yeah, right. So, but that is both a blessing
and a curse.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Depending on the degree of your physical, mental, and philosophical flexibility. You know what I mean? If you're somebody who is just hard-nosed and it's got to be this way, and if it's not this way, it's incorrect. Yeah. Then JKD's might end up being a little bit tough for people to get, right? All right. So let me just take a quick look and see and make sure that that everybody's here, right? Terry Valor, nice one. Jamie Ditzler. Okay, cool. All right. Okay.
We got here first, Terry.
Yeah. We beat you, Terry.
Right. Okay. All right. So okay, so let's just get started. And I don't know how much time you guys have allocated to spend with me.
To be honest, I took a nap, so I can definitely go 2 hours.
Okay. Okay, good. Right.
I didn't take a nap, but I had some coffee, so.
Oh, this is gonna end just perfect.
I'm doubly hydrated today.
Right? Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I'm good.
I'm working on it.
Yeah, we might make this a Joe Rogan session, man. Right? Okay. All right. Because so let's see. So we ended up with about 30 35 questions. So, all right. So I'm gonna go with Jerry. I'm gonna go with you first, simply because I got yours before. Mr. Ankarsund could find some time to send me his, right? So your first question was, what is Jeet Kune Do to you? And then in parentheses, you said self-defense or art, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's both those things. It's a self-defense art, and it's a martial art philosophy as well. And for me, that answer comes directly from the title of Dan Inosanto's book. I mean, even if Sifu Inosanto had not written such a book with such a title, just from studying, one would have deduced that Jeet Kune Do is both an art and a philosophy.
That's true. I just feel that it depends on how we each individually fell into martial arts. And I'm going to say martial arts because it's just easier to get away. I got into it because I was bullied, and I had a bunch of kids beat the shit out of me when I was young. Yeah. So when I started in martial arts, the thing that was important was, how do I protect myself? So that was always the perspective I had, even when I started Taekwondo, was like, how do I use this to protect myself? All the things about self-confidence and becoming a better person and improving yourself, all these things I agree with, but that focus always came later. And I can feel that, I know that when I started teaching on my own, that was the main priority. My main priority is, how do I use this as a self-defense system? And to go into your question about the whole karate or Shotokan karate, it's like, yeah, of course, because the founder already, I could be wrong, but the founder, I get the impression that there was already a lot of stuff set in stone. And in JKD, I feel the focus is usually on what is effective for you. And then that kind of bleeds over to everyone else. So everyone has this different take, because it's all about what does the teacher find effective or the most appropriate approach to teach someone. And then that's why there's so many different ways people have, a different approach to JKD.
Well, I don't dispute that there can be different approaches, right? For example, if you came up in the Larry Hartsell lineage, you'd probably be introduced to grappling a lot sooner than you might in somebody else's methodology, right? Yeah. But the thing about Jeet Kune Do is that, or one of the things about Jeet Kune Do is that if you spend long enough in it, you will cover everything.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? I remember Cass Magda did this to me in 1984. We were in St. Louis, and we were in the cafeteria, and I picked up a plate and showed him, the circle on the bottom. No. He did that. I asked him the question. I said, "Hey, Cass, how come last year we started with, I'll say double stick, right? We started with double stick, but this year you guys started with stick and dagger." So this is my second summer camp. So I had only been in for 12 months, right? Mm-hmm. So he picks up the plate and he shows me the circle on the rim, and he says, "This is the art, Dwight. You can come into it at this point. You can come into it at this point. You can come into it at this point. If you stick to it, you'll get it all." So it's the same way, right? So you could start in any area of Jeet Kune Do training, but provided that you stick to it. If you're studying with somebody whose emphasis is on being well-rounded, on being well-prepared for any eventuality, then you will get to it, but you got to stick to it. That's the whole thing, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. But it's also I feel it also depends on the lineage that you're from, because there are some individuals who only
See, this is the thing right here. See, so now this is gonna relate to some of Rickard's questions and what have you, right? You see, so lineage, right? You could choose to emphasize it or not. You see, and now here's the thing, right? How important is it really? How important is it really? Unless, right? See, do you think that there's such a thing as a discussion or an intense discussion or even debate in judo about lineage? Or is everybody like, okay, Kano is the founder, we're good? That doesn't mean that there aren't branches of judo, but have you ever heard of people for 40 years or even more, right? Every week, somebody bitching about somebody else's judo lineage? No, right?
Of course not. Because people who, because the thing is, they have that one arena that they all meet at, right? And it's all result driven. And the same thing I see when I see online. There's all these people yapping about this and that. I'm like, I am too tired. I've just been training for 2.5 hours and I'm lacking sleep. I don't have time to get into this. It's so pointless. It's pointless at the end.
Don't even, you can scroll past stuff,
I scroll. I turn the whole thing.
All right, good. Okay, right? Yeah, be the master of your scrolling finger.
Yeah.
Right, and just let a lot of that stuff go. Rickard, you have anything to add to Jerry's question, and then I'll go on to the first one I got from you.
No, I'm good.
You're good.
Yeah, I'm good for this.
Right? Okay, all right. So of course, Jerry, he had to be Mr. what we would call prim and proper. So he has sections of questions.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not like you you just threw a whole bunch of stuff at me. No.
Well, because my thought was this: I wanted to have a topic that we can talk about where everyone's gonna come in with their own flavor, right? What this guy did is he specifically gives you this, and then this is the only thing you have to.
Yeah, you know why? Because he's more organized than you are. That's why.
Okay. Well, excuse me.
Yeah.
Looks may appear so, Dwight.
Yeah, he's more organized, right? Okay. So Rickard's first question was, when accepting a student, what type of individual are you looking for? What sort of attributes and attitude must they have for you to accept them? All right. Okay. So, I was going to say something about, that I don't go out looking for students, right? People come looking for me.
Oh, the whole Gandalf thing. I got it.
Okay, you see, right? So
He's turning on us.
I'm pretty sure I've heard that name Gandalf before. Is that Lord of the Rings?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Right. That's as much as I know. So, but pretty much, I would say I'll have an easier time with an open-minded person who's eager to learn. You know what I mean? Right? They don't have to have had previous experience. They don't even have to know who Bruce Lee is, what Jeet Kune is, any of that. But if it's somebody who is open-minded and is eager to learn whatever it is, so for whatever reason, they were attracted, let's say, to however it is that they found me, and then whatever it is that they saw, convince them to give me a call, to get in touch with me. That's good enough right there.
Yeah.
So if they're open-minded, if they're eager to learn, we're good. Now, so part A of your, because I renumbered and reworded your
I
He
figured.
improved upon it.
right. So
Yeah.
1A is, how do you approach a new student's first lessons, right? What do you teach? Okay. All right. So here's the deal. First lesson does not occur until after initial consultation.
So what do you mean by consultation?
So there's no such thing as showing up at the school and going onto the training floor for your first lesson, whether it's a private or a group class.
So you talk to them first, or what?
You show up, and we schedule a time for you to come back and sit down and talk with me. Now, doesn't mean that I can't accelerate it, depending on what the timetable is. But very often, I'd say more often than not, it was a matter of we sit, we talk. If you like what you hear, if you like what you see, if you dig the vibe, then we set up for you to come back and you do a three-part introductory course.
Okay.
So you do a private lesson with me, and then you do 2 group classes. So in the private lesson, I introduce you not just to what Jeet Kune is, but what the approach at Unified Martial Art Miami Jeet Kune, what our approach is to Jeet Kune. Because the whole thing is about, so here's the thing. If in the initial consultation, the prospective student is impressed enough, then they will agree to come back and take the introductory course.
Yeah.
Right? And they pay $20 for that. You see?
Yeah.
It's not, the only thing that's free is the initial consultation.
Yeah.
Right? So they pay $20 to do a private lesson and 2 group classes. Because somebody who is impressed enough, eager enough to have some metaphorical skin in the game, if they're willing to pay you $20 to check it out, they have pretty much made their decision. This is the place for them.
Yeah.
You know,
it's funny because I do something similar like that.
Yeah. Right. So now in terms of what I teach, we will talk about what I term the 4 skills of empty-handed combat. Right?
Okay.
Which is what used to be known, what is still known outside of Miami as the 4 ranges of combat. I call it the 4 skills of empty-handed combat. So we talk about that, right? Now, based on what had been discussed previously in the initial consultation, then part of that one-on-one will also have a Kali component to it, right? Might have a Muay Thai component to it, right? or what have you. But essentially, that first lesson, it's 4 skills, but also they're introduced to the 5 methods of counter offense.
Okay.
Right? So that's what's covered. So they have the private lesson that takes care of all of the questions that they might have. And then they'll come back and they'll do 2 group classes. Now, sometimes again, after that private lesson, people are ready to join.
That's really good, Dwight. I should write this down. That's excellent.
I was thinking, where's my pen?
Yeah.
I got my pen right here.
Yeah. You got paper? You got paper?
I think I got one as well, but I'm not sure if
this is good shit.
Okay. While y'all do that, let me set the AC a little bit down. Hold on a sec.
Yeah. This has to be the first time when people are actually taking notes during.
Because okay.
Why just to school? I'm like, never thought about that.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Isn't this the first time that people is actually starting to take notes while you were speaking during the dialogue?
Yeah. Yeah. See, because
I thought the way I was teaching, I thought I had everything covered. I never thought about that. That's excellent. That's great shit.
Oh, okay. Well, this is why you hang with me. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Jerry, your second question was how to train a beginner. Right?
Yeah.
So, okay. This is the thing. Let's say we were teaching people basketball, right?
Yeah.
What's the most important attribute for teaching basketball? What in order to start getting good at basketball, right?
Jordans.
What oh, the shoes?
I'm joking. That's 50% of everything.
Okay, anyway. All right. Yeah, you got to have the right attire.
I'm messing up. Sorry.
Which is why in the very successful traditional martial arts schools, that introductory lesson or that introductory course includes a karate gi. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I did not know that.
Yes. So here's what they do. They dress you in the karate gi, but no belt. Now, at the end of your private lesson or however they structure the intro course, at the end of that, now they give you the white belt. You see? So what have they done psychologically? They have already put their hooks into you by putting you into the special Superman suit, aka the karate gi. Yeah. And they have also introduced your mind to the idea of getting belts.
I would call that the lap dance syndrome.
Well, you can call it whatever you want. It's wicked smart.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
They got you dressed up like a chicken. You're going, all right, cool,
yeah,
where's the farm?
It's wicked smart. So the thing about it is this, right? In JKD, you take stuff like that and you modify it and you do it with integrity.
Yeah.
You see? Right? Or even if you don't do it, the idea behind it, you find a way to incorporate that into what you're doing.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So maybe you don't put them in a uniform while they're going through their intro course.
Yeah.
But maybe in the initial consultation, you pull it out. Okay, so I'll tell you a story about how I used to do this, right? Okay.
Okay.
People would go to me, right? If somebody says to me, "Oh, well, what about belts?" I'd be like, "Yeah, what about them?" Well, is there belts in Jeet Kune? No. Oh, well, if there's no belts, how are we going to know, or how is my child going to know if he's getting better or what have you? I go, okay. I go, well, let me ask you this, right? As far as you know, when it comes to belts, the black belt is like the big deal. Yeah, the black belt is. I go, okay, all right. So I go into my drawer and I pull out a black belt and I hand it to him. Right? I go, now you have a black belt. They go, oh, but I go, because understand this, you can go to Amazon and you can order a black belt.
Yeah.
You could go to any martial arts supply store and you can order a black belt. So this idea that the black belt is the epitome, I've just busted that mentality. Because here's a black belt right now.
Yeah.
You see? So now we're in a different conversation. Now I'm able to explain to them why it is that in Jeet Kune Do there is no belt system. It doesn't mean that there isn't a recognition and reward system, right? But all I'm saying about this is that we don't have to conform to what is expected, or maybe not even expected, what we believe is expected when it comes to introducing people to our school, to our art, or what have you. Right? So we don't have to go the beltway or what have you. But anyhow, the question was how to train a beginner, right?
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? I stole this from Flashpoint, one of the top Canadian TV series I've ever seen, right? Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. Fast is deadly.
Okay.
Yep.
So how do you train a beginner? You go slow until they're smooth. So to get back to the question where we know the answer is not the Jordans, what does a basketball player need?
Athleticism.
Nope.
Movement. Fluidity.
Coordination.
Thank you. Coordination is what they need, right? And it's not just in basketball. It's just that basketball is a way to see it very, very quickly. They got to be able to coordinate left hand and right hand. They got to be able to coordinate left hand and right hand with right foot, left hand and right hand with left foot, right? They got to be able to do all of that. They have to have coordination. So guess what? A beginner in martial art needs as well. Coordination.
Coordination.
You see? But now coordination, you could consider that to be its own attribute, or you could consider it to be a category of attributes. And so inside the category labeled attributes, right? Inside the category labeled coordination is mobility, agility, speed, flexibility, that type of stuff, right? And it could be physical attributes. It can also be mental attributes. But those attributes go under the heading of coordination, as opposed to coordination being the ability to juggle 3 balls in the air.
Yeah.
Right? You see?
Yeah.
Footwork, mobility is part of coordination. Okay?
Yeah.
Right? Body mechanics is part of coordination. Coordination is not separate from body mechanics. That's how I break it down. So beginner level instruction focuses on building all the different types of coordination that a student will need. That's what you do with beginners. Now, that's not specific. That's like a general idea.
Yeah.
Right? You see what I'm saying? But because body mechanics is a subset of coordination, if I'm teaching somebody the mechanics behind the front kick, the mechanics behind the rear punch or what have you, it's going to be taught in a coordination manner.
Exactly.
You see?
Yeah.
Right? So coordination first for beginners. And when people are smooth and then they can go faster, now it's time to move on. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Rickard, let's see, where are we here? Open-minded.
I have no idea. I'm blown away right now.
Right. first lesson. Okay. So 1B, how do you explain to people at their first session the simplicity and the complexity of Jeet Kune Do? Right?
That's a heavy one.
I don't. Okay?
Interesting.
There is no need to talk about whether JKD is simple or complex to somebody who is doing their first training session. That would be just me trying to be impressive about the wrong thing. I know that JKD is both complex and simple. Yeah, because my ass has been pursuing this, right, for 5 decades.
Isn't that what you call simplexity?
No,
Love it.
No, that's what you call complicity.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because if we're all complicit in I don't want to be gross here, but if we're all complicit in patting ourselves on the back about how complex and how simple at the same time Jeet Kune Do is, yeah, that's for us.
Yeah.
Somebody who is there, right, to begin a martial art journey, now is not the time to start talking about, oh, well, you know, Jeet Kune Do is because then you know, yeah.
I've had a student ask me that once, and I think I've replied somewhere like, if you're smart, it's simple, but if you're dumb, it's what was the word? Not advanced. What was the other word? What was the word you were using, Rickard? Simple or
complex
or complex. Exactly.
Yeah. So I don't. There are more important aspects, more important lessons, more important factors to transmit to somebody in their first session, rather than the esoteric nature of the simple complexity of Jeet Kune Do.
You can just stop and just keep.
Yeah, that's just me. That would just be me, like massaging my own intellect. About something like that. There'll be a time for it, especially if my goal is to keep this student for a very long time. There will be time for that. You see, one of the worst things that you can do, and I know this because I can still get carried away when I start talking about Jeet Kune Do to a group of people. I still can get carried away. Okay.
Oh, we all.
Yeah, but we got to be careful, because when you get carried away in front of the wrong audience, you're not doing anything to connect you and your practice of Jeet Kune Do to them. You see, it's a case of perhaps the right message, but at the wrong time and to the wrong audience. So we got to be very, very careful, especially when we're getting into any of the esoteric aspects of Jeet Kune Do, like simple complexity or complex simplicity. You know,
big words.
Imagine, no. Think about it, right? Think about it. Watch the video, right? Watch the reaction in the Pierre Berton interview when Bruce Lee says natural unnaturalness, right? Or unnatural naturalness. Or what was the other one? An acting non-acting, right? Okay, does Pierre Berton lean into him and go, oh, that's very interesting, tell me more? Or does he go, oh, you lost me?
Yeah, he got lost.
There you go. You see? And this is a guy whose job it was to plumb the depths of Bruce Lee's intellect.
And
But Bruce Lee hit him with natural unnaturalness. He was like, oh shit.
I'm gone.
He hit him with a progressive indirect attack.
Yeah. Right?
Very true.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay.
Like, what?
So
I just asked you a question. What's this?
yeah. All right. So attribute development, Jerry, is where you went. What drills and why?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, what attribute? You see, is it a physical attribute? Is it a mental attribute? You see, because if you look in the Art and Philosophy book, I think Paul Vunak's book, the Jeet Kune textbook, and Burt Richardson's first book also. I think all four of them have a list of the attributes. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So attributes. Okay, let me ask you this. What's your definition of an attribute? I mean, you know, Paul Vunak did us all the huge favor of producing what, 7 videotapes on attribute,
7.
right?
But again, it depends on what attribute you're trying to,
Yeah, but that's not my
upon.
question. That's not my question.
Okay.
What's your definition of an attribute?
To execute a technique better.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Ask me what mine is.
What is your definition of an attribute?
Attributes are the qualities which permit the skillful execution of a technique.
Okay, I fold.
Yeah. Right? You see? Okay, because this is the thing, right? This is the thing. Outside of Jeet Kune Do, you ever heard anybody talking about attack by combination, attack by drawing, progressive indirect, or what have you? Even if Bruce Lee borrowed those terms from elsewhere, in the world of martial art, right? Who else had that or used it as a teaching tool?
I have not stumbled upon it besides.
Jeet Kune Do, right?
Yeah.
So that makes it proprietary language. Bruce Lee employed proprietary language to get his message across. Guess what you are supposed to do as a Bruce Lee descendant running your own establishment?
What's that?
You are supposed to build your own glossary, right, of proprietary language. So that's mine. Attributes, qualities which allow for the skillful execution of techniques. What if somebody asked me that? What if I'm there teaching, oh, well, you know, so today I'm going to teach you the attribute of sensitivity. And they go, oh, what's an attribute?
Shut up. Just do the drill.
Yeah, right? You see? So you got to, so I'm a huge, huge fan of the development of your own, well, that's superfluous, of proprietary language.
Yeah,
we
of
all
course.
we often talk about how we are all distinct, even though we're all JKD people. Okay, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
we gotta spend some time in finding phraseology that best communicates our own ideas. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't, I've taken stuff from Dan and Asano. You know, in fact, I remember the other Dan with whom I spent a lot of time was my marketing mentor, Dan Kennedy. And after I had been with him for a little while, I realized that he had certain stock answers to certain questions, or there were certain phrases that he would use over and over again. And one time in a private conversation, I asked him, and he goes, well, when I use those phrases, do you understand what I'm saying? I go, yes. I go, I get it immediately. He goes, that's why I repeat them.
That's the thing, Dwight. This is a specific thing that only us who teach enough to know that this is something that you have to develop. Because or else, you can't just say, oh, you can't be unspecific when you're teaching or explaining things to your students. So what you're talking about now makes perfect sense, because you have to have a language and phrases and terms that best communicate what it is you're trying to tell your students.
Yeah.
Just like doctors.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just doubling down on it. No, I'm just highlighting that this is these are aspects that only us who teach would know it's there.
Hopefully.
Well, if you're a good instructor or teacher,
Hopefully.
You should know that.
Well, but see, now here's the thing, right? You won't remember, so I'll remind you. I did an issue of the I Love Jeet Kune broadcasts where I talked about not being a keeper of the flame, but instead being a fire starter. You see,
I remember that one.
A lot of people, and I'm not saying that they are misguided in this, but a lot of people think it honorable to follow the specifics that they may have gotten from their instructor.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's like this. If I'm training you and I know that you are a big Bruce Lee fan, and I tell you, okay, look, everything that I'm going to teach you, I got from Bruce Lee. You're a big Bruce Lee fan. Mm. You feel like you've gone to heaven because everything you're going to learn from me, I just told you, I got it from Bruce Lee. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sounds perfect, doesn't it? But how much did I get from Bruce Lee? You don't know that.
No.
Maybe I got a lot. Maybe I got a little. But you don't know that. But it sounds good.
Yeah.
See? Okay?
Yeah.
Right? Now, it doesn't sound as impressive as if I was to say something like, well, you know, I got my start with Bruce Lee. And during the time that I spent with him, he, apart from what he taught me physically, he taught me also how to be an independent-minded martial artist. And so in the years since his passing, I have gone on to develop, based on what I learned from him, I've gone on to develop this and that and that and that. See, that's not as impressive as everything I teach, I got from Bruce Lee. You see?
Nice marketing.
Right? Yeah, right? But what if I am not really a true Bruce Lee descendant? What if I am not creative in my own right? Why the hell did I end up following the Bruce Lee method? Because of his creativity. Bruce Lee didn't keep anything the same the way he got it. Everything was innovated upon. Right?
Yeah.
And I am attracted to that. But I only go up, it's like, oh, well, no, my own sense of innovation, my own sense of creativity, no, that's no good. I can only be a keeper of the Bruce Lee flame. I cannot learn how to start my own fires. Well, what happens if that flame goes out? Now I don't know how to take the tools, right, and start a fire myself. So I am not really doing the legacy of Bruce Lee a great honor by not knowing how to be my own fire starter.
Ooh, that's a heavy question.
Yeah. That's why you hang with me.
It's all the good stuff.
Right?
You just with the one.
Okay. All right. So Rickard, let's see. I tried to put these things in two columns, but the columns don't
match.
Right?
Sorry for messing it up for you.
No, it's fine. Okay. Do I have a set written down curriculum when I teach? Why or why not? Well, yes, I do, but it's a flexible curriculum in that I don't have to stick to it like an
because you have to,
like a set of rules that can't be violated. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah, I agree.
So, but I think we should have some kind of a written curriculum, even if it's just because, well, that's easier for referencing. You know what I mean? Right? So I'm going to tell you about something that I did take from the karate
Bruce Lee?
schools. No, not at all from Bruce Lee. So I don't remember where I was, but I saw somebody ask somebody else, if it's Friday and it is the third Friday of the month and it is the 5 p.m. class, okay?
Yeah.
And it is the month of June, what are you teaching? We would be teaching this and this and this and this and this and this. Had it in the big manual.
It's tough.
Not necessarily. If you spend the time and you put in the work. So I took that idea, right? And I set up my curriculum that way. Now, the aspect of it that's tough is never being able to just chuck it and go, not today. So I built that into my class schedule as well. So that every week I had an opportunity to say, curriculum, out of here.
And then another book.
Right? Yeah. Let's just flow. You see? So I had that reprieve. I had that psychological release built in to how I ran my classes. So every week, and it was on the weekends, I could just relax and not have to worry about being more specific, teaching this group this particular thing at this particular time. But I think it does benefit us to have as precisely structured as possible a curriculum. But again, still have the capacity to be flexible with it. So it's like a general thing. So for example, right? Let's say, and I'll make this up. Let's say that on the curriculum, there is a particular kickboxing combination that's taught at such and such time.
Okay.
And you go, it's a 4-count combination. I'm going to teach this other one today. Right? So I just took the curriculum. I went, I don't feel like it today. I'm going to teach this other one. Now, that other one that I'm teaching, that might come from the next month or 2 months down the line. You see? But I'm able to play with it. I'm able to go with the flow. And I'm able to maintain, because it is a 4-count kickboxing combination, guess what? We're still working on the same attributes. You see? Because I'm not locked into, it must be this specific technical sequence. It must be A, B, C, D in that 4-count. Hell no.
Yeah.
I could switch it around. I can make it D, C, B, A. They're still covering the same techniques, right? What if I decide, you know what? To hell with A, B, C, D. I'm going to go A, B, C. Right?
Can I tell you how I do it sometimes when I have those days where I don't want to follow the script? I ask my students, okay, we're doing this, and then, we work it. And then I say, okay, stop. I get everyone in a circle and say, okay, we have 2 ways. We can take them to the ground, or we can take them to trapping or whatever. And I ask the class to pick a direction. And we can sometimes cover both,
Right.
I'll say you have to pick a direction. And then we just explore where this goes.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. My only caution about that, and you know your group better than I do. The only caution with that is everybody in the group capable? See, because remember I told you in the beginning that I introduce people to the 4 skills of empty-handed combat.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So that trapping and grappling stuff, that does not come until you've been around for a while.
True.
See? Now, here's the thing. It doesn't mean that you don't get to see it. You see? Because if you come to class on the weekends, you will get to see it. Because the weekends is the melting pot. Right? So if you come to class, right? You see what I'm saying? So now the reason why I did that is because I know that there are people who remember this, right? I've talked about this so many times. It's a quote that I took from Simon Lau, a British Wing Chun instructor, and it's from the BBC series from 1982, Way of the Warrior. I know that there are some students whose physical ability is not yet up to the standard of what their minds want to do. Now, I can keep forbidding them access or exposure to certain things and piss them off. Or you could come to class on the weekend and get exposure to it and go, damn, I'm not ready for this. Exactly. That's why you gotta trust me, right? And my system of progression.
Yeah.
So that's
I handle that slightly different. I let them drive the car and then ram it into something, and then they say, yeah, because you can do it technically.
Yeah. Well, you have better insurance on your car than I do.
I just tell them, we can do it in a sequence, but you can't apply it.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing, right? See, so here's the thing. Now that's nice, and that's all well and good. Let's call it, right? That's all well and good, but that could be that could have diminishing returns if it's done too often.
Of course, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So it's something that you'd have to be very, very careful with, because a less experienced instructor than you might be encouraged to keep mixing stuff up like that all the time because of the excitement that he gets from it. But it doesn't mean that all the students are as excited.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
That's why I feel it's important that we as instructors have our own training somewhere else.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I'm talking about like I don't live vicariously through my students' training, but I actually have my own training regimen where I get to, if I want to, explore all that on my own.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. All right.
So when you're teaching class, you're there to help them.
All right. Okay. So Jerry, your next one was, what kind of training progression do you use? All right. Okay. So I'm going to run you through this because I have
here it comes.
I have 4 answers for you. All right.
Ooh.
Okay. Right.
All right.
So training progression. One of them is the idea of coordination first, convert coordination into combat, blend coordination and combat into flow, blend coordination, combat, and flow into freelance. That's one strategy. Another strategy is the concept of learn the technique, practice the technique, put it into the basic flow, add the basic counter, add the basic recounter. Then go back at some other point, put it into the intermediate flow, add the counter, add the recounter, go back again, put it into the advanced flow, add the counter, add the recounter. That's essentially the training progression that I use.
Oh, no problem. Got it down.
Okay?
Yeah.
Right? All right. So since we're talking, I'll take another one from you, and that was sparring progression.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Well, the sparring progression is like it. The sparring progression is a training progression.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
But there's certain things. So when we talk about coordination, combat, flow, freelance, right? Well, flow and freelance, that's where sparring occurs in flow drills and in freelance drills. So in terms of sparring, here is one major guiding principle. The sparring, whatever method it is, must always be controlled. Nobody gets to go wild. Nobody gets to be uncontrolled in sparring because everybody's got to go to work the next day. So no egomaniacs on the floor.
Yeah.
Right? When it comes to sparring. Right? So then there are different ratios or different percentages in the sparring of what is prearranged, and then what is, and this is UMAA Miami Jeet Kune proprietary language, what is free arranged. You see? Because it is arranged, because you're in class and you're sparring. So that's an arrangement. We all arranged to be in a particular location at a particular time.
Yeah.
Right? But it's free arranged because you don't know what's coming at you. And even if you do know what's coming at you, you don't know how it's coming at you. And even if you do know what and how it's coming at you, you don't know when. So those are different ratios or percentages of prearrangement and free arrangement in the sparring. Because the idea, the central theme behind the sparring is to keep you, to knock you off kilter and have you work hard to get back in balance. That is the essential nature of sparring. Right? So it is guided again by the idea of add the counter and add the recounter, because that's what sparring is. It's the attack, the counter to the attack, the counter to the counter of the attack. That's essentially what sparring is, right? Another guideline is it could be striking versus striking, striking versus grappling, grappling versus grappling. Right? And when I say striking, that means you can hit, you can trap to hit, or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's essentially the sparring progression. Right? Okay, now let's see, Rickard. Curriculum. Okay. I think we kind of answered this before. What are your personal view and strategy for teaching the student the techniques, footwork, and principles of JKD? And what have you found to be the best way to teach students so they can progress in their personal JKD journey from a technical point of view? So that, for me, is coordination first.
Yeah.
Right? Footwork, body mechanics, proper form, right? So, you know, when Bruce Lee talks about the stages of synchronization?
God, I should know this. Yeah.
Right? Okay. Right? What's stage one? Do you remember?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Right. Synchronization with self. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when somebody is shadow boxing on their own, or hitting the heavy bag on their own, or working on the Wing Chun dummy on their own, or doing Carenza, right, with the weapon, that is synchronization with self, aka shadow boxing. You see? So that's where they start. Because if you do not have a good sense of where you are in space, when you clash or crash with somebody else, how are you going to know where you are?
Exactly.
You see? So you got to
You'll be
spend
fighting
time.
yourself and the other guy.
That's why stage 2 is synchronization. Now, in Bruce Lee's verbiage, it's synchronization with an opponent. In my verbiage, it's synchronization with a training partner.
Yeah.
You see? Right? And then we kind of go past, we kind of have 4 stages instead of 3. His third stage is application under fighting conditions. Right? Now, because I have seen different versions of the stages of synchronization, we have 4. So stage 2 is synchronization with a training partner. Stage 3 is synchronization with different types of training partners.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then stage 4 is application under fighting conditions. Right? So that, to me, is a good way to approach the teaching. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense.
Right. Okay. All right. So let me do 2 on your side. How do you handle, this is a fun one. How do you handle a student who is asking questions about something that they're thinking of during class, but it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what they're supposed to be focusing on right now? All right. So, in all honesty, it depends on the mood I'm in.
Perfect answer.
It depends on the mood I'm in. It can also depend on whether, no, I'll tell you this. It can also be whether or not this student makes that a habit. I have had students, I remember once I said to this guy, I go, look, man, do everybody in class a favor. Stop asking questions in order to attract attention to yourself, especially when we all know that you already know the answer. Oh, no, I'm just trying to clarify, because maybe, no. Okay, right? You are not Mr. Magnanimous. You're trying to call attention to yourself. Quit it. Right? So it depends on the mood I'm in, and it depends on who it is that's doing it. Because see, so I'll tell you this. Again, the other Dan in my life, Dan Kennedy. When I was active in what we call the Glazer Kennedy world, every month we had a live conference call. And towards the end of the conference call, they would open it up for Q&A. I probably still have the record for being the first guy in line with a question. Okay?
Just to have a question, or you legitimately had a question?
Well, so dig this, right? So when it would be announced a month in advance, who would be the speaker on the call or what the topic would be, I started thinking about it 30 days prior about what my question would be. So the upshot of that is that, so this is something that goes on. This is a conference call. So people from all over the world, right, are dialing in and we're talking. When we would have the live events, Dan Kennedy would introduce me from the stage. In the breaks, a ton of people would come up to me and they'd go, so you're Dwight. They'd go, man, I am so glad. Every month when you ask your question, I learn something from it.
Yeah.
You see? So I am able to identify when somebody is asking a question legitimately for themselves or legitimately for others versus when they're just trying to attract attention.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it depends. If I can find a way to relate it to the current topic, yeah. Or if I sense that it might be discouraging to shut that student down or to ignore the student at that time, I might tell him, that's really interesting. Talk to me after class.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Right.
Yeah.
So it all depends. It all depends on the. I was half joking about the mood that I'm in, but only half joking.
Only half. Only half.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So now I got to scroll back up. Right. What kind of strategies do you teach and use? What kind of a broad-based question is that, Jerry? Huh?
Broad. It's broad.
Yeah, we could spend the next 2 hours on that, right? So I put on my big brain and I whittled it down to 2.
Yeah.
Right? 2 strategies, 10 things.
Okay.
Okay. So
All right.
Mm-hmm.
5 ways of attack, 5 ways of counterattack. That's it.
All right. Thank you. Good night.
Yep, we're done.
Right? 5 ways of attack, 5 ways. Because what else is there? You see, what else is there? Because we could take that. So what's contained in the 5 ways of attack? If you go to the Tao of Jeet Kune and you go to the section on attack, now there's rhythm and there's timing and there's distance and there's this and that, right? So inside of that strategy would be a lot of sub strategies all over again.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? But
yeah,
what would be the purpose of teaching or learning a strategy if it doesn't have something to do with how you attack or how you counter attack?
Yeah.
You see? So it goes back to coordination, which some people will see as its own attribute, or coordination as a category of attribute training, and inside of coordination, mobility, agility, precision, accuracy, timing, whatever. Right?
Yeah.
So 5 ways of attack, 5 ways of counter offense, and that's it. All right. Okay. Now this section from Rickard is titled "More in Depth About Teaching Techniques and the Totality of Personal Growth / Understanding of Jeet Kune." Okay. Yeah.
Y'all ready for one I can make up?
Y'all ready for these?
Sounds like a title of a book or something.
he got it from ChatGPT. That's where he got it from.
I'm I think I need that book.
Yeah, that's an AI title right there, right? Okay, so the question is it possible to have a larger group and still attain a good amount of in-depth knowledge of the technical aspects of JKD for the students? Or do you only get that from one-on-one sessions? So here's how it's possible to have a larger group and still attain a good amount of in-depth knowledge. You work the room. You interact with everybody. However, that means you cannot have too large of a group. That's why, again, in the successful schools, there was a ratio of 5 to 1. Students to instructor.
Yeah.
If you've got one person, think about it in the educational system. I don't know how it is in your countries, but here in America, sometimes you have one teacher with 50 students. But that teacher cannot work the room. That teacher stays up at the front, right?
Yeah.
By the board and lectures or whatever as a martial art instructor, right? So, so Ajahn Chai, my Muay Thai teacher, he was a master of work in the room. And one serendipitous result of him working the room. So if he's working the room and let's say there's 100 people in the room and he's going around to 50 pairs, The blessing of that is that you spent a long time working on whatever it was he gave you to do.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So it wasn't like 2 minutes, now we're moving on to the next sequence. 2 minutes, now we're moving on to the next sequence. 2 minutes, no. Now, you see? So if you spend longer, can that not also be more in-depth? Can you not acquire more in-depth knowledge about something because you spent a longer time with it? You see, right? So it can work both ways. You can ratio it so that you can get to everybody and go deep, right? Now, because it's let's say it's 20 people. You can go deep, not as deep as possible, but you can go deep if you work the room. You see? But it's better to have that. And so that's why also, if possible, not only do you have that ratio of students to instructor, but also level of knowledge and expertise in the classes also. So it's not, this guy has been here for 1 week and he's in the same class as somebody who's been here for 1 year. I'm talking about if you're running a commercial establishment, right? If you're running a school and you're trying to run a school for maximum growth and maximum success, right? Now, the time when you can do that is on the weekends where you have the melting pot and you throw everybody in, right? Because now the guy who's been there for 1 week, he gets to see what the guy who's been there for 1 month and the guy who's been there for 1 year, how they look. He goes, oh, so that's where I'm headed. Yes, that's where you're headed, right? You're not there yet, but that's where you're headed. So that's why, if possible, have a melting pot class, once a week, twice a week, or whatever, where everybody gets to hang out together. Right? Okay. And then 4A was, do details matter in performing techniques? Now, I have to say, Rickard, I was very surprised by this question. Do details matter in performing techniques? Well, don't details matter in everything?
Yep.
Yeah. So can you expound on that? What did you really mean to ask?
No, it's quite simple actually, because I've seen some instructors teach and they don't go into in depth about the technique. It's kind of sloppy, and they don't explain it.
Oh, then they suck.
Of course, that's why my question is: does it matter? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, there is that cliche, the devil is in the details, whatever that means, right? But details matter tremendously. Okay. And here's the thing. You've got to be the kind of instructor who can go into detail on a beginner level, go into detail on an intermediate level, go into detail on an advanced level, go into detail on a very advanced level. Otherwise, you suck as an instructor. You've got to be able to relate to everybody that's in front of you.
Of course.
You see, right? So so details, oh, for sure. It's like when are the fundamentals not important? See, because sometimes I think people use fundamentals and basics interchangeably. I don't. You see?
I figured as much.
Yeah. If I do my so I train myself out of a Taekwondo book called Dynamic Kicking Techniques by Chong Lee. You ever see? Do you know it?
Yeah, no, I have all of them.
Okay, right. Okay, so think about this, right?
Of course.
So if you think about it, for them, basic was the rear leg front kick, right?
Yeah.
After that came the slide up front leg front kick.
Mm-hmm.
After that came the jumping front kick. After that came the flying front kick. You see? So they went from basic to advanced. You see? And we know that advanced is just a bunch of basics blended together, right?
Performed at a higher
level. Okay, yeah, right? So basics and fundamentals are not the same thing. Fundamentals are like the guiding principles that never go out of style.
Yeah, fundamentals is something that's.
So when people say, "Oh yeah, we have a fundament," so when we have a class called fundamentals, and then you graduate out of the fundamentals class. I think they were trying to be fancy and not call it basics. They wanted to give it a more impressive sounding word. You never graduate out of fundamentals. You see, exactly. it's like somebody coming by and saying, we have new guiding principles. What? We have new guiding principles? No. If you have new guiding principles, something was really wrong, right? Way back when stuff was established. Okay? Right?
Yeah.
So yes, so details matter in everything, right? So then,
before you continue to the next one, I just remember something, and it's actually Tony Robbins who was talking about this in a video I saw a long time ago, and he was talking about him being out playing golf, and he wasn't going anywhere near to the green, and the instructor said, "You're just 1 or 2 millimeters off." I was like, "What are you talking about? You suck as an instructor." And then he realized that, if he actually hit exactly on point, he goes to the green or he goes into the water. It's a huge difference.
Details
matter.
Yeah, for sure. Right. So 4B, Jerry, you'll like this.
Oh yeah.
Does practice make perfect?
Oh, I gotta love this one.
Okay. So for a very long time, that was accepted. Practice makes perfect. That was the saying. Okay. Everybody knew it. And then at some point, I don't know when, it was amended to perfect practice makes perfect. Do you know that one? Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know that one.
Yeah. All right. Well, none of that works.
I've actually changed that one.
What did you change it to?
Perfected practice makes perfected performance.
Okay.
Or perfect practice makes perfected performance.
Okay. Right. Well, English is not your first language, is it?
Of course. It's the second one or third, maybe. Okay. I don't know.
Okay. I'm just teasing.
Of course. I don't mind. Mind. It's okay.
Right. So yeah. So practice does not make perfect. Okay. Neither does perfect practice, by the way. Perfection is not attainable by human beings.
Of course.
Okay. But here's what's attainable. Extreme proficiency. You can get really, really good. Right?
Really, really close.
Yeah. Okay. Bruce Lee was not perfect, but Bruce Lee was extremely proficient. Right?
Yep.
Okay. So how do you get to be extremely proficient. Here's the trick. You do not abandon perfection. You aim for it. You aim to be perfect. You see? So you aim for perfection through sustained practice, that perfected practice that you were talking about, Rickard.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So you aim for perfection through sustained practice. Okay? Now, here's why. On the way to perfection, that extreme proficiency is attained. You see?
You should make a new book on this thing.
That's why you hang with me.
Yeah. That's a new T-shirt.
Right? Okay. All right. So we're on number 4 with a number 6, I think. No, number 7 with you, Jerry. What are your school or your organization's goals? So my goals have changed somewhat since I don't have the big school anymore. When I had the big school, the general goal, you could say, was maximum growth. That was it, right? You know, achieving.
So just student body or whatever.
Yeah, achieving as high numbers as you could, and I don't have the card. Hang on one second. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find the card.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's not it.
How much have you written down, bro?
Absolutely nothing.
You're just blown
No,
away.
because I'm thinking, like, I know what my school's goals are, so it's like I could answer that, you know.
Yeah, no, I don't have it. I don't have it at hand, but
All right, from memory.
well, so I had so let's say the goal was 300 active students, right?
Yeah.
And that was there was let's say a third of that was fitness kickboxing students,
Mm-hmm.
and then another percentage was the martial arts students, and then the percentages in the martial arts students, there was a percentage of Muay Thai students that I wanted. Well, let me backtrack. There was a percentage of adult students versus kid students, and then in the adult there was a percentage of JKD students that I wanted versus Muay Thai students, and then in the kids it was a percentage of junior JKD students versus Little Dragons.
Okay.
So I had numbers for all of them.
All right, before you go on, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
From all of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
How big was the JKD slice of students? Was that bigger or smaller, or compared to all the other groupings?
Bigger. It was
Bigger.
it was the biggest group.
Good.
See, because right, so even now, I don't have the big school anymore. When somebody gets in touch with me, you know why they get in touch with me?
Because of the T-shirt.
They get in touch with me. They get in touch with me for JKD or Kali or Muay Thai specifically.
Yeah.
I've never had anybody get in touch with me. Oh, you do karate? Never.
Mm-hmm.
Never. Because we have always positioned ourselves as Miami Jeet Kune. So you're not going to call me if you're looking for Shotokan, if you're looking for Aikido.
Yeah.
And if you do, right? If you call me and you go, oh, you guys have Aikido there, right? I don't say, no, we don't. I go, oh, is Aikido something you're interested in? And they go, well, this and that. Oh, okay. I go, so what do you know about Aikido? I don't really know anything. I just heard it's good for self-defense. I go, well, we're a Jeet Kune school and our focus is on self-defense. So how long have you been interested in taking self-defense classes? And they go, oh, well, I've been thinking about it, for like the past 5 months or so. I go, okay. I go, well, what stopped you from like making a phone call before? Oh, well, this and this and this. I go, okay, well, you called me today. Is now a good time for you to look into it? Yes, it is. I go, well, look, why don't we do this? I have an opening tomorrow at 3 p.m., right, where you could come in, sit with me. I can tell you all about what we do. You can take a look at the school, right? And you can see if what we do. I mean, you've heard of Bruce Lee, right? Oh, of course, he's awesome. Right. Okay. Well, so I'm what we would call a direct descendant of Bruce Lee. My teacher is Bruce Lee's premier disciple. Oh, wow. That's really cool. I go, yeah. So does 3 p.m. tomorrow work? Well, no, actually 5 o'clock is better. I go, okay, we can do it at 5. Right. Okay. So what's your name? What's your name? Da, 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 da. Okay. And what's the best phone number for you? Right. Okay. And let me just get an email address also. I go, okay. All right. All right. And you know where we are. 12580 Southwest 88th Street. Yeah. That's Shops at Kendall next to Bangkok. Oh, yeah. I love Bangkok. I go, okay. All right. So, Jerry, I'll see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. Right?
Yeah.
Done. Okay. Now, tomorrow at noon, I give you a call to remind you that you're coming to see me at 5.
Yeah.
Okay. Right?
Yeah.
Now, 5 o'clock rolls around. You don't show up. Right? I call you at 5:10. Jerry, what happened? Oh, man, I had to stay late at work and this and this and this and this. I go, oh, okay. I go, man, that's too bad. I go, well, look, today is Friday, right? So are you off on the weekend? Yeah. Okay. All right. So why don't we just do it tomorrow? I got class up until, you know what? I got class up until 1 o'clock, but why don't you come in at 12 so that while we're talking, you can take a look at the class that's going on. Yeah, I see what you just did.
Yeah,
right.
Like,
okay.
I'm setting up.
So now we change it. Now we change it to Saturday at noon instead of Friday at 3 or 5.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Now, if Saturday you don't show up, now I start to suspect you are wasting my time.
Yes.
Right. If you show up, no worries. We go on from there. If you don't show up, I call you again. Now, what's going to happen now, because you realize that you're a punk, right? And that you are not a serious individual, you're not going to answer the phone. So I'm going to leave a voicemail, right? I'm going to leave a voicemail and I'm going to go, Jerry, this is Dwight at Unified Martial Art. Remember, we were supposed to meet at 12, but I know how life is. I know that sometimes when a guy like you makes a decision to do something that can literally change his life, the universe sets up all kind of obstacles to see if you're really serious. Let me tell you, man, I'm serious. I know you want to be serious. Together, we can be serious together. So call me back and let me know what we can do for next week.
Yeah.
If you call me, we're back on the road. If you don't call me, right, you get, I forget the exact system, but maybe you get one more phone call. But now remember, I also have your email address. So now I have a series of email letters that I can send to you, right? The title of each of them, and I actually took this. I took this from my marketing mentor, Dan Kennedy. He had a series of email messages entitled "Why People Fail." I took those messages and reworked them. This is, boys, this is before ChatGPT, okay? Right?
This sounds like Filipino upbringing. It's an emotional blackmail.
Right? I took those letters and reworked them into Jeet Kune and martial art specific, martial art relevant. So I now had a series of emails that I could send to people. So long story short, I had a follow-up system for a punk like Jerry who refused to show up that lasted 90 days.
90 days. So what do you mean? Like, so within those 90 days?
Phone calls, it was emails, it was text messages, it was letters, all right?
Yeah.
And then it was a final phone call.
Yeah.
If after 90 days, I can't really do much, with you, then, you would go into, well, there were different paths, because I've got it, because sometimes I would end up with full contact information. So I would not hang up the phone without having your full name, your, what we called in the old days, snail mail address, and your phone number. So now I could, you know what? Because I haven't done this in 8 years, now I'm remembering. People who did not make an appointment, right?
Yeah.
I would offer to send them a free report, right? Entitled, How to Choose the Best Martial Arts School for Yourself and or your whole family.
Jeez, Dwight, this... What was the last one? You just show up at their house and
Okay,
like, hey,
right?
what's up?
It was, how big? This might have been a 10-page or even more free report. Yeah. Right.
That's heavy.
Which was really just a huge sales letter, right?
Yeah.
In fact, one time I had a guy say to me, he goes, "Oh, I've been to your website." I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, that's like a salesy website." I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, martial art." I go, "Yeah." Right? So he thought he was insulting me by telling me that my website was designed to sell people on the idea of training with me.
Yeah.
What an idiot.
Of course.
What an idiot. Right? I mean, because again, it's Rickard, it's like you were saying, right? When do we start talking to people about the complexity or the simplicity of Jeet Kune? You're going to put that up on your website? Oh, Jeet Kune is so complex that this and this and this. Yeah, we love that stuff, right? We love that stuff. The average person, even if they are interested in Bruce Lee and Jeet Kune, they're not instructors yet. They have not devoted a significant portion of their life to Jeet Kune the way we have. So we have to remember we are not them.
Exactly.
Right? Okay. Now, part of our job is to light that freaking fire under their asses and get them to that point, right? Where all they want to do is to hang out with us and talk Jeet Kune. Right?
Yep.
Right? That's called building your tribe. That's what that is. You see? What, Jerry?
Well, I have a question. So when you did that whole procedure, like after someone flakes out, how successful was that? And I'm asking, I'm asking out of pure curiosity.
I would say we had a 5 to 10% success rate on that.
Okay, so out of 10, how many would?
Yeah,
like
so
3?
out of 10, I get 2 people back. I'd get 2 people on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then that would be way before the 90 day mark, right?
That stat I can't remember, but I'll tell you a story. Rob Colasanti, who was the program manager for Karate USA, I think, which was, if John Graydon or Rob Colasanti ever see this podcast, shout out to them. If I remember correctly, Rob Colasanti followed up with a guy for 2 years before the guy joined. Yeah.
Wow.
For 2 years.
Impressive.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Right. Now, here's the thing. Back in those days, there was a shoot. Now I can't remember what it was called. Infusionsoft. Infusionsoft was obviously a software company that built a tremendous follow-up system that could be plugged in to any industry, to any kind of business. Right? And it was completely automated. The only thing that you would have to do after you put that person's information in, right? Now, based on what happens. So let's say it's a complete success. They call, they make the appointment, they show up, they do the intro course, they sign up. They go into one funnel, and that funnel communicates with them automatically, right? With everything that you need to do to upgrade them throughout the lifetime of a student at your school. If it's somebody who didn't show up, they go into a different funnel. But all of the communications, the emails, the letters, the phone calls, all that stuff is programmed into the software. So it runs automatically.
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do is design it. Right? Now, depending on your budget for stuff like that, you could pay people to write all that stuff for you. Or you could do it yourself. It doesn't matter. It all depends. Yeah. Okay. But that is one of the things that they taught us at Glaser Kennedy, is that the fortune is in the follow-up. See, because this is the thing, right? This is the thing. People will buy on their own timeline, not yours. So what you have to do is to occupy a space in their mind so that when they are ready, they turn to you. So how do you operate? How do you occupy a space in their mind? You're in consistent contact with them. Why do you think there's that email newsletter company called Constant Contact?
Well, I'm learning why now.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
That's why. Because the fortune is in the follow-up. Mm-hmm. But so understand this. As you get better at all the aspects of running your school, running your group, running your business or whatever, your success rate, your upfront success rate will improve because you're getting better at, and this used to be a word that people would frown at. You get better at selling.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And I remember having this conversation with JKD colleagues of mine who were all, you don't want to be a sellout and you don't want to be commercial and whatever. I go, okay, all right, dig this, right? Actually, it reminds me of something I saw yesterday on the TV. So the U.S. Congress, they were having a session about, I think like sustainability or whatever. And so there's this girl who is like from the new Green Deal, green energy thing. And she's there testifying to Congress about how plastics must be eliminated. So the guy said to her, he goes, okay, so those glasses that you're wearing, if we eliminate plastics, how are you going to wear them? Right? So it's just like, you don't want to be commercial. You don't want to be selling Jeet Kune and whatever. All right, whoa. So why you have a school? How else do you think your school survives if you don't sell? Right?
Exactly.
So now here's the thing. Okay. So now think about it. In order for Jerry to wear that Jordan shirt, that's a Jordan shirt, right?
Yes.
Somebody had to sell it.
Exactly.
Right? In order for it to be manufactured, somebody had to sell somebody the raw products. Somebody had to sell somebody the machinery that goes into making a Jordan t-shirt. Somebody had to sell somebody whatever vehicle is used to transport it to wherever, right? In order for it to get on the shelf, virtual or not, in order for you to buy it. Why is Jeet Kune any different? Why don't you have to sell your services? Because now here's the thing, right? Why would selling your Jeet Kune services automatically be an evil thing. Are you an evil person? Are you trying to take money from people and teach them shit? No. If you are, I want nothing to do with you. I don't mean you do. I know you guys, right?
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah.
if you're that type of person, don't ever come to me. Oh, Dwight, I'd like to be on the Jeet Kune. Like, the hell with you, right? No, I ain't got no business with people who don't have that basic integrity. No. Go somewhere else.
Yeah, that's funny you mentioned that, because I had to deal with that for a while, because I had my own experiences where I was like, this whole thing about taking money to teach, that really irked me for a long time before I kind of came to terms with it, because it's like, oh well, then if I teach, do I teach to the max of what my students' capabilities are, or do I have to start thinking that I need to roll back a little bit so I can capitalize on the next session?
Yeah.
That took me a while to come to find find a way that I could live with that.
Yeah, because there are very few people who are born salesmen. Most of us have to learn to become even decent at it.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Unfortunately, through maybe movies, other media sources or what have you, sales has been given a bad name. So, for example, there's a 1982 movie, Rob Lowe and G.I. Jane. What's her name?
Demi Moore.
Rob Lowe and Demi Moore. A movie called About Last Night. There's a scene in which Rob Lowe says, I have put more unwanted product. I have sold more unwanted products to the shelves of more unwanted restaurants in Chicago than anybody else. That's in a movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's another great movie, Chicago based again, of course. Actually, I think they both are. Oh, Dwight, come on, get it together.
Come on, Dwight, you can do it.
Yeah. So it's called Glengarry Glen Ross. David Mamet. Geez, they're both David. Now, About Last Night is the film version of a David Mamet play called Sexual Depravity in Chicago, I think, right? But they're both Chicago based, and they're both about salesmanship, and they don't necessarily put salesmanship in a good light. And everybody, right? And everybody, I don't know how it is in your country, but everybody has a horror story of being duped by a salesperson, right? Somebody that sold you something, they made it sound good, and then it wasn't what you thought it would be. And then you realize that you didn't even really want it, but you didn't know how to say no because they kept hammering you with the sales techniques and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
We have one here. I don't know what it's called in the States, but we have... What is the channel called you guys have where they sell you all these stuff? Like, is it the shopping channel or something? Where like, hey, get this ab cruncher. Or the Chuck Norris Gym Form 2000. And then there's all these stuff.
QVC, I think, might be the one. Did
you have the two, Rickard, in Sweden?
Yeah. We had it back in the day.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
And then I remember my dad. He bought this ab cruncher. Or the one where you would step on it. Remember those? You remember those?
Yeah.
Or the one where you would put like these plastic things around your shoe, then you would just slide from one side to the other.
Yeah.
And then my dad bought us like, this is a piece of shit, because the TV would just go on.
Yep.
And you'd be sitting there watching like, I need this ab cruncher.
Yeah. Well, look, that
was
is
like TV Shop.
TV
That's what it was called.
TV Shop.
Shop. Yes, that was called.
That is the downside, or a downside. That is a downside of the capitalist system.
Oh, 1 second.
Right?
Yeah.
But guess what? Capitalist system, for all its faults, is still the best one there is. right? Because but what the thing, and I don't want to get political or whatever, but notice that what is required? What is required is a level of integrity and also a level of expertise. You see, now we happen to be descendants of one of the most influential people in the world, inside and outside of martial arts. There are people who have Bruce Lee as a hero who ain't never been to a karate school. They have never stepped foot into martial arts, but Bruce Lee is still a role model, right?
Yeah.
If we are descendants, if our job is to promote and perpetuate and sustain his legacy, we better get real good at selling it. If you don't find,
that's a good point. That's a good point.
If you don't, because how does it survive if there are not people passing it on with integrity? If there are people passing it on, it's like, oh well, you know, I don't want to charge for it because, you know, man, come on, give me a break. Bruce Lee practiced a thing that we called at Glazer Kennedy, marketing to the affluent. Okay? You've seen his business card, right?
$500. Yeah, $500.
Yeah, $275 an hour, right? Which is what in 2023 is like the equivalent of $3,000 an hour, right? Okay. So who is he? Who was he charging $3,000 an hour? Dan Inosanto? No, Steve McQueen,
No.
right? James Coburn. So he marketed to people who could afford his prices. So what he was doing had integrity to it. Bruce Lee wasn't ripping off anybody, right? So we do the same thing. Yeah. He is our role model, so we follow his example, and we do the same thing. You do it with integrity, but you get real good at doing it. Why Bruce Lee never had to learn to sell? Bruce Lee just had to go, I'm Bruce Lee. Right? Because people saw what he could do. That's how he sold. Oh, check this. Bang! Done. Sold. I want to be like him.
It reminds me of that scene from the Bruce Lee story where he goes, I'm no bastard. I'm Bruce Lee.
Right? Yeah, it's as simple as that. So there are business lessons to be learned from Bruce Lee or through Bruce Lee. You know, forget the physical stuff, man. There is philosophical stuff, of course, right? But yeah, there is just simple business stuff that you can. You know, Bruce Lee wrote a letter to Jun Rhee telling him about rights to the TV show that Jun Rhee, was going to be doing. A self-defense TV show that he was going to be doing in the Washington D.C. area, and Bruce Lee was advising Jun Rhee on business. Right now, you know who Jun Rhee is, right? The father of American Taekwondo, who went on to become a martial arts millionaire.
Yeah, with the safety gear, right?
Yeah.
Is that the one?
Okay, yeah. But at the start of his martial art business career, he was advising Bruce Lee. Check that out. Right? So it's very possible, based on that type of evidence, that Bruce Lee could have gone on to be somebody with a foot in the business world. Because he knew about it, right? Why didn't he just accept Run Shaw's offer to join his stable of actors, to join the Shaw Brothers stable? It's because Bruce Lee had a sense of self. You see? So it's like, nah, I don't think so. So what happens? Instead, he teams up with Golden Harvest. Now, let me ask you this. Was Bruce Lee a producer of The Big Boss?
No.
No.
Right?
No. Was he a producer of Fist of Fury?
Nope.
No. But by the time Way of the Dragon came around, there was Concord Productions, a subsidiary of Golden Harvest, because Bruce Lee knew what? Own the project.
Yeah.
Right? Own the property.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
But
don't just be
something.
A paid employee. Don't just be a hired actor and you get your salary. Right? Now, write it, direct it, produce it. Because then you get paid 3 times.
Ooh.
Right? And because you own it, guess what? You get paid in perpetuity. That's called business.
Yeah.
So,
well, you did something
if
right.
We're not in the movie aspect of Jeet Kune Do, we're in the school ownership, the group running or whatever. Learn from our hero and apply the legitimate business aspects that pertain to your situation. Right? Now, if you're somebody who has a job somewhere else and that job pays all the bills, right? So you can treat your martial art as a hobby, fine. Everything that I just said, discard. Right? If you rewatch this, fast forward, right?
Another 20 minutes.
Right? Yeah. Fast forward to us going back to the questions. Right?
But even though it's I mean, me and Jerry are coming from countries where most of us teachers don't do it as a job. We have different jobs, and then we do this for fun. But it's still applicable to do the things you were talking about to get students in.
Let me ask you a question, right?
Sure.
If you could do it as a job and maintain or even improve, right, your level of income and your lifestyle, would you do it?
Sure.
Okay. So based on that, you act as if.
Yep.
You see? You run your present outfit as if it was your full-time gig. Yeah.
Yes.
That's what you do.
I'm totally with you on that one. Exactly. Yeah.
Right?
Ooh, training rates are gonna go up.
Right? Because who knows? Who knows what tomorrow might bring? Right? Okay. So Jerry, let me stay on you. Do we as teachers, coaches, instructors have a responsibility in screening students? Well, there's a famous thing that Bruce Lee is supposed to have said to Inosano: if knowledge is power, let's pass it on discriminately, right? Yeah, because what's the other cliche? One rotten apple can spoil the whole bunch, or something, right? So, if you, I remember there was this one guy. He's doing his intro class with me, right? And everything that I would bring up, he had like some objection to it, and then this and it, right? And then he says to me, he goes, "Well, can you just teach me how to knock people out like Mike Tyson?"
And you replied,
and I said, well, Mike Tyson didn't wake up one day with the ability to just reach over and knock people out. He had to work hard at it. He goes, yeah, but I just really want to. I go, you know what? I don't think we're the school for you. Oh, but isn't your job today? I go, yeah, that is. But it doesn't mean that everybody who walks through my door gets to join. So I don't think we're the school for you. I let him go.
Yeah.
Because if my value system ever degenerated or deteriorated to the point where it's like, well, this is another $350, so I'm going to do it. That's no longer a value system. That's a devalue system, right? And that's going to come back and bite me on the butt real hard at some point. So don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Yeah. Screen the hell out of them. You know, right?
Yeah. Because I mean here in Denmark when JKD really started flourishing, I've seen a few places where it was just, you know, whoever just come in here are all the headbutts, here are all the elbows, here are all the other stuff you can do, and I just felt like that's I think we should do a little bit more than just let everyone in.
There's always going to be somebody trying to take shortcuts or what have you, right? Paul de Tours, the late Paul de Tours, Penjak Silat Pendekar, I remember him lecturing us and going, there's no shortcuts, right? And it's true. There are no shortcuts in life, right? Anybody who says, okay, well, I have a shortcut, right? You'll discover that the shortcut was developed after an intense period of study and experimentation. You see, right? Yeah, it didn't happen. It didn't happen overnight. Spent a long time, and then the application of said shortcut, you might have to have the attributes for it. You see, there's nothing beats hard work, man. Nothing beats hard work, right? You know, or maybe better said, nothing beats smart work, right? Smart work at hard things, right? Hard work at smart things, whatever. But smart and hard will play a part in it, right?
Wow, that even rhymes. That's a new term.
Right?
You might even get a cup with that.
So we got the T-shirt now.
We got the cup and the cup, right? Okay. Right?
Hang with wine.
Watch in the next couple of weeks, right? On JKD Rebel at Rebel Gear, you'll see these two new items, right?
Awesome.
Hang with wine. That's why you hang with wine.
All right. Okay. So you go around the group. Details matter. Perfect practice. Okay. After introducing your students to the basics, how long before you introduce them to sparring? And what are your views on the value of sparring in class? So interesting, right? I didn't even make notes on that one. Somehow that one
disappeared.
You zoned out.
Yeah, right. Somehow that one completely. Oh, I know why. It's because I had made notes on Jerry's answer, right? So how long before you introduce them to sparring? So here's the thing, right? Sparring, right, is an immediate thing. What? Yeah. Sparring is an immediate thing. Let's say in your first group class, right? Here's what you got to do. Somebody stands in front of you and holds the focus mitts, and you got to move in and hit it. That, my friend, is a sparring method.
Sparring progression.
It is the most elementary form of sparring, but guess what? As you go up the ladder of skill, okay, there's going to be a time where you fire at that focus mitt and the other focus mitt comes back at you and you got to do something against it. As you continue up the ladder of skill, there's going to be a time where you're going to fire the glove, not at the focus mitt, but at the person's head or face, and their glove is going to come back at you. So the first time that you went with a person, stage 2, synchronization with a training partner, you started sparring. Now, it is not free sparring. It is a category of sparring way below free sparring. It's a prearranged sparring method. But what does that do? When you explain it to the students that way, then nobody becomes a holder of targets. lifeless. Right? So
I've had students do that and just get hit. They're like,
right? Okay. So again, UMAA, Miami Jeet Kune proprietary language. Feed the way you fight.
Yeah.
You see? So if I hold the focus mitts like this, right? Wrong fighting position, wrong hand position. Focus mitts should go out here. How far removed is this from this? Not that far removed. So you feed the way you fight. Fight in position, attitude, all of that. So you're training the full person. You're training the physical attribute and you're training the mental attribute, the psychological attribute from the get-go, right? Now, here's another thing. A fun thing. You do what most of us got from Paul Vunak, knife sparring. Okay? I even put a version of knife sparring into my fitness kickboxing class as a warm-up. Because Paul Vunak said, you could jump rope, right? And then you could do footwork practice, or you could just knife spar and warm up as a warm-up. I took that from Paul and I put it into fitness kickboxing. So this is what you would do. For 30 seconds, you would face your partner and you would try, your hand would go like this, and you would try to tap the outside of your partner's shoulder. Okay? Now, now most people would kind of snap back to avoid it, right?
Yeah.
I was like, no. The rule is you got to move your feet. You got to take your whole body out of distance, right? Okay. Yeah. Then the second minute, we changed it. Now, instead of trying to tap them in the shoulder, you went with this hand shape, but you had to drop down and hit the inside, tap the inside of their lead knee. Right? Yeah. So now you got to squat and get up, squat and get up. So the body is warming up even more. Right? That's the second minute.
Yeah.
Because the people who would snap back, when you snap back, you leave the knee out there, don't you? Right? Yeah. People, when they kind of scooch back to get away from the knee, the upper body leans forward, right? So in round 3, you could do either. I go high and you snap back. I go low and hit you in the knee. I go low and you scooch back, but you lean forward, so I hit you in the shoulder. So fitness kickboxing had a sparring method, right? From the get-go.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
So
interesting.
Yeah. So it can be, it's first of all, you know that what you're aiming for is sparring, because in JKD, sparring is the crucible. That's your ultimate goal, to put it to the test. So if you want people to understand that from early on, then you develop safe sparring methods for them so that you can introduce it at any point. And as they get better, you can start to turn up the volume on it.
Exactly. I usually, when I have people that are a little bit timid and don't like the word sparring, I say, don't think of it as sparring. Just think of it as a game. I'm going to tap you with the stick, and your job is just to not get hit. So we're just playing tag. And once they get that, they go, oh, so it's just that. Yeah, this is just the beginning phases of how to spar. But we're playing it in this context as a game.
Yeah, I wouldn't use that language. Right? Okay, here's what we're doing, right? So this is an exchange drill.
Yeah.
You see? Not playing, not tag. It's an exchange drill. You get to go, I get to go.
Yeah.
You see? Because later on, when we start doing, let's say we start doing Chisao or Hubud or something, right? Yeah. That's an exchange drill, isn't it? So later on, they remember, oh, wait, right when I was a beginner, you used to talk to me about exchange drills. I go, yeah. You see, so it's consistent because, right? You get what I'm saying? Now, if I use the word play,
Yeah, I get it.
If I use the word play, I use the what in the sound call it laro delicado or laban laro, right? The whole fight, play, fighting, or whatever, right? It's I get it. The use of the word play is to identify um, a level of non-seriousness, right? Like people shouldn't think this is like the most important thing now that I'm doing, right? So we want to have a lighthearted exchange. You know what I mean, right? So I like to use the term exchange, right? Okay, but again, if it is structured, right? If it is structured to the level of competency or even the lack of competency that the person might have, then you might have an easy time explaining it to them, right? So the value of sparring, yeah, I mean, that's where we're headed ultimately, right? You know,
Yeah, but
I just think that you know, take a let's pick on Shotokan again. So from my recollection, there was a thing called 3-step sparring, right? So that I punch one, I punch two, I punch three, and you would block one, block two, block three, and then ki and do your reverse punch, right?
Yeah.
So that's 3-step sparring. Then you drop, well, you graduated from 3-step to 1-step sparring. So now you just hit once and I'll wham, and I go. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Then from 1-step sparring, it went to free sparring. There was no in between anymore. You see?
No. The same in Taekwondo.
That is the lack of scientific approach in those arts. Because they never borrowed from boxing. So they didn't know how to use focus mitts and what have you, and develop sparring drills. You see? So that's why a lot of people would get hurt. That's why a lot of people would shy away from sparring, right? A lot of people never develop, a lot of people never go past their gun shyness, as you call it. So you have to have a progressive approach, right? So load up on the protective gear based on what it is that you're doing, right? Take away that fear that people have of getting hurt. If you can alleviate those fears, then you'll be a lot more successful in getting people to go down that path. But they also have to be ready for it, right? It's like, I'll use a Kali analogy. We have a saying in Kali: there are no beginner knife techniques. You see, because knife is not beginner level. The knife is a tool of maximum destruction. The stick is not. The knife is though, because even in the hands of somebody totally untrained, a knife can mess you up. So there's no such thing as beginner knife techniques. Knife is not taught when you are at coordination level. Downward figure eight.
No.
Downward figure eight is taught at coordination level, right? Open 4, inward backhand. That's taught at court. You don't go, okay, here's the dagger, right?
All right, kids, come on, here we go.
So there are no beginner knife techniques. The knife is reserved for people who have reached a particular level of proficiency, right? Okay. All right. Moving on, crossing over. when I first saw this, when do you promote your students? So in the old days, we never used the word testing. All right. No. Why? Okay. So let's say the two of you are my students, right? You're coming to class 3-4 times a week. Okay. Week in, week out, month in, month out, year in, year out. If I'm a good instructor, I know exactly where you are. I don't have to test you. I know exactly where you are. Right? Now, can you pass or fail a test?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Who enjoys failing a test?
Nobody.
So when I set up in my martial arts school the possibility of your failing, right? How do you feel about that? You don't like it.
Yeah, anxious.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
You don't like it. So we never used the word tested. We didn't have tests. We had evaluations. See, test implies pass or fail. I'm your martial arts instructor. My job is to build you up and build you into a successful person. So why am I putting this opportunity for you to so-called fail in front of you? No, we're going to do an evaluation. So you're going to train, right? We're going to have progress checks, right? And then 3 times a year we have evaluation. You see? Now, an evaluation, and this is UMAA Miami Jeet Kune Proprietary Language. An evaluation is an open and honest assessment of your skill level. It's not a test. It's an evaluation. You will perform, and we will evaluate you. So we will tell you, this is good, this one here needs work. Now, because this one here is so important and it needs work, you're not being promoted this time. You have 4 weeks to come back and be reevaluated, and then we will see. Right? Also, if there's testing fees, when they fail, do you give them back the money?
No, you charge them for another.
Right?
Double
so
up.
you're setting up a situation where somebody might go, I don't like this paying for testing, and then I didn't even get a refund. So progress checks, there was no money involved. There was not even an evaluation fee. You know when the fee was paid? If you graduated, if you got promoted from one rank or from one level within a rank to the other, now you paid a graduation fee. Okay? So, progress check, evaluation, graduation. No testing. Right? But again, that's me looking at what the karate schools were doing and determining which aspect of it was useful and which aspect of it was useless, or as Chris Kent would say, personally unsuitable. And then modifying it, right? Modifying it to suit the JKD structure of my school.
Yeah.
That's how it is. So we had progress checks every month and evaluations 3 times a year, and graduation was usually a week after the evaluations.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. How to keep students? Teach to the best of your ability. Train them hard. Make them sweat. To use karate business terminology. Leave them sweaty and smiling. Right? At the end of class. At the end of class. Sweaty and smiling. Look, the best thing the best thing to hear at the end of a training session is what? Man, that was a good class. The best thing. The best thing, right? So in fact, imagine if you could get so good, especially with the kids, right? So class starts out and it keeps going up on this level and this level, and then it peaks, and then you pull the rug out from under them, and they're like, class is over. Damn, right? So now it's like, okay, well, I gotta come back, day after tomorrow for my second class to do this again.
Yeah.
You get real good at doing stuff like that. You see? But what does that require? That requires integrity on your part. It requires that you work hard at getting good. It's not trickery, right? It's investing in yourself, in your own skill level, and getting good at what you're doing. You see? So essentially, how do you keep students? Train them hard, right? Train them honestly, recognize their efforts, and reward them for their efforts. That's all the belt system is. But we know it's been abused.
Oh, yes.
Just make sure that you're somebody who, in your Jeet Kune Do operation, does not abuse what ranking system you have. If you have no ranking system, that's fine. You can still recognize and reward students. Even if it's not something visible, something external. If you just schedule a time to talk to somebody privately and go, I see what you've been doing. You can do evaluations even if you don't have something external to show them. So if you have no ranking system, you can still do evaluations and progress checks. You can still tell people, I see you getting better. Sometimes look, when Inosano said that to me, it was 1994, right? It was June of 1994. No, what am I saying? No, June of 1992, right? So that was the third year that we had been bringing him to Miami. So I used to bring him the first week of June, right? Because my birthday is the 2nd of June. So I used to bring him the first week of June as my birthday gift to myself, right? And I remember, right, awesome. June of 1992, he goes, wow, Dwight, your levels really come up. I was like, yes, right? Okay. I had 9 years. I had 9 years in with him, and and he was. Look, so I'm gonna toot my own horn. I was told that last week or the week before at training at Legends Camp, right, where
the
at the Inosano Academy. Yeah. He said that I and my senior Rick Fay are examples of what he calls non-resident students, because Rick is from Minnesota and I'm from Barbados and Florida. We've never lived in California, so we're non-resident. He goes, Dwight and Rick Fay are examples of my non-resident students who are exceptional. Okay? Yeah. So, now, he didn't have to tell me in 1992 that my level had gone up. I mean, I didn't get a belt. I didn't get, it was a verbal pat on the back. That's all I needed. So if you have no ranking system, just make sure that you're in consistent contact with your people. Make sure they understand that you're monitoring their progress, right?
Because it matters, right? It matters.
Of course. I mean, look, if people are coming to you every week, right? They're invested in it. So you got to communicate with them. You got to communicate with them. So, anybody who hides behind the whole, Jeet Kune Do, and it's not true. Well, yes, it is true. No, it's not true. Jeet Kune Do does have a ranking system. Otherwise, there would never have been certificates, Jeet Kune Do certificates written to people with first rank and second rank and third rank and what have you. So the idea that Jeet Kune Do doesn't have a ranking system is bogus. It does. It just wasn't visible. There was a sheet of paper that was given to somebody, but what they wore in their training sessions didn't necessarily change. Right?
Yeah.
So
I would actually, one thing that's made a huge difference during the years when I've been teaching is to build relationship with the students, to actually engage in knowing them on a more personal level.
Yes.
To build a rapport, so to speak.
Yes.
So I actually all the time I'm sending text messages or just checking how are you today, stuff like
That's
that.
what you do, right? Look, the Jeet Kune dialogues, right? This podcast allows people an opportunity to get to know different personalities in the Jeet Kune world. I know for a fact that people have reached out to people who have been my dialogue partners, right? Friendships and relationships have been formed based on somebody appearing on the program.
It's happened to me, man. The last time. So I've had several people reaching out and say, "Hi, how are you? I saw you on the Jeet Kune dialogue." Whoa, really? Cool.
Yeah.
And we started talking. Yeah.
So I just got to keep doing what I'm doing, level it up, as the cool kids say, as much as I can, right? And just continue to provide an outlet and to be of service to the Jeet Kune community. I mean, I've been dedicated to Bruce Lee since 1971. Yeah, right. When I was like 3 years old, of course. Okay. Right. Okay. So why would I not? If you're going to spend that much time in something, why would you not try to do it to the best of your ability? And the thing about doing stuff to the best of your ability, that never ends.
Yeah.
There's never a point. There's never a point in your life where you go, okay, that's it. I got nothing left. Really? Are you breathing?
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
Are you breathing? Right? I got nothing. Really? Right? I may have told you. I don't know who. I've talked about this before, but there was a time when Paula Inasano said to me that some of the guys at the Inasano Academy came to her and said, "I've run out of material to teach."
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I didn't confess to her, but I had kind of felt the same way. So I spent one Saturday after class. So class would finish like 1 p.m. or so.
Yeah.
I left the warehouse at 3 a.m. because I sat down and I started to write out curriculum by pen on paper, because I was determined that this is not going to happen. Right? Yeah. Now, I was in the warehouse from 1988 until 92. So it was 4 years. So by 92, in fact, that was kind of commensurate with when Inasano said, your level has really come up. You know what I mean? Because at one point,
there you go.
Right? At one point, I sat down.
Notes. You wrote down something.
Sat down and started to become more organized. Right? Yeah. You think Bruce Lee wasn't organized?
He was organized like nobody's business.
Right? So once again, if we are true descendants of Bruce Lee, if he is our role model, then where it's applicable, we do what he did. So you organize.
I agree.
Organize what it is that you need to organize. Right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so it is empathy, huh? How much empathy do you have in sparring when you teach or train yourself? Empathy. Rickard. right? Was that the word you meant? Was it empathy or emphasis? I'm not sure, right? How much empathy do you have in sparring?
And I think it could be a typo here.
Well, I mean, there was a misspelling because there was a Z in what you sent me. So I imagined that it was empathy. Can you find the original?
No, which one are we at?
This is my number 5 after is it possible? It's the second part of the more in-depth about teaching techniques section. So the first question there is about the larger group, and then details, and then does practice
empathy. It shouldn't be that's empathy. I think it's
emphasis.
Yeah, emphasis. Yeah, it should be emphasis.
Okay, so all right, so explain to me what you mean. How much emphasis do you have in sparring, or do you mean how much emphasis do I put on sparring?
Yeah, exactly. So it's
okay.
Yeah.
Well,
thank you
again,
for clearing that up.
Right? Again, different levels of emphasis, because if you have just stepped through the door, I cannot emphasize to you how important it is to understand something like what Tim Tackett would call the fight and measure, right? I mean, look, so it has been said, what did Bruce Lee say about Jeet Kune, right? The whole thing about no dry land swimming. You got to get in the water, right? You got to get in the water. Okay, all right, okay, I get that. But now let me ask you this. Well, I'm a Jeet Kune instructor. I'm a descendant of Bruce Lee, and Bruce Lee said in Jeet Kune there's to be no dry land swimming. You have to get into the water. Okay, so I am throwing you into the 9-foot end of the pool on your first class. Okay, because Bruce Lee said no dry land swimming, and I am a true follower of Bruce Lee. So 9-foot end of the pool. Oh, you're drowning? Learn to swim.
Yeah, exactly.
You're dead? Then you were not destined to be a true Jeet Kune student like I am.
Yes, sensei.
Right? Or we go into the office and I show you a little 3-minute video about swimming. Right? And then we go to the pool and we walk down the steps into the pool.
And then you throw them in the water.
I was thinking the exact same.
It's like,
right?
And then
you get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right?
I'm totally with you on this one. Yeah.
So yeah, you emphasize what you emphasize at the right time. It can't be this, so somebody who uses the 9-foot end of the pool approach is full of himself. He's not relating to what the student needs. It's like, look how big and bad I am with this Bruce Lee knowledge that I have. 9-foot end of the pool for everybody. No. Yeah, because it doesn't work that way. That's not a scientific approach that anybody else would use, right? So don't get too cocky with your Bruce Lee-isms and your interpretation of Bruce Lee methodology and what have you. Yes, it's true, right? Oh, look, it's like Inosano tells the story about what? Okay, so first class, right? In a Kali class, right? They get you to right hold a position. Here's the stick, and then they drop down and hit you in the knee, right? So it's like, why do you do that? So you will never doubt the effectiveness of the stick, right? Now, that's a Filipino approach. You can't do that.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm getting flashbacks from my mom.
Okay. You see? Now, is it true? Yes. Can it be beneficial to throw somebody into the 9-foot end of the pool? Yes. Look, when I was taking swimming lessons, right? So I didn't take swimming lessons in a pool. I took swimming lessons at the beach down by what we call the Deepwater Harbor in Barbados. So we used to use these floats that you would wrap around the chest. So you had a float on your back, and that's how you would balance and learn the strokes. Well, I didn't secure my float, and I was out in the ocean, and the float came off. So that way is the Atlantic Ocean with the sharks and the ocean going ships and what have you. That way is the shore. I turned around and I made it back to the shore, and I quit. I quit swimming lessons that day because I figured if I could make it back to the shore, I knew how to swim. Truth is, I didn't know how to swim. I made it back, but I didn't have proper swimming technique. I didn't know about head down, and inhaling and exhaling, what have you. I learned a lot of that decades later when I moved to Miami Beach. And I spent time watching videos, right, on proper swimming technique. Because you live on Miami Beach, you're a martial artist, you run, you swim, you do Thai boxing. Okay? That's the lifestyle, right? When you live on South Beach, So I learned to swim.
Yeah.
So I quit swimming before I had practiced it enough. You know what I mean? Right? So sometimes you have to be careful. You have to go. Why are we talking?
So it also means that you can fight. It's just not polished.
Yeah. Some people are natural badasses, and they might be able to survive or to be successful in fighting, but one day along comes somebody who knows how to deal with your lack of technical skill and just decimates you, right? So it all depends, right? Okay, Jerry, you asked why did you start teaching? When I first was making the notes, I read that as when did you start teaching? But then it's when I went back, it was like, oh no, Dwight, he didn't ask when, he asked why. So why? You'll get a kick out of this. That is what everybody that I respected was doing.
Okay.
Right? That's why I started teaching. Everybody else was teaching. So to me,
okay, well, that's fair enough.
That's what you did. So you get yourself a little warehouse and you put up some bags and you get to it. Right? And it happened to be the only other thing that I was good at.
Yeah.
That's
funny because there's some similarities because I was not good at school, but I was good at martial arts. So that was my thing.
Yeah.
But I think me and Richard, we have different reasons for teaching because there was no one else.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had a little bit of that too because I brought Jeet Kune to two places. I brought Jeet Kune to Barbados, and I brought Jeet Kune to Miami. When I got here in '86, there was no Jeet Kune in '86. In fact, this lady sent me an email a couple of weeks ago, and she's interested in coming by. So remember what I told you about how people have always reached out to me, JKD Muay Thai Kali specifically. Okay, so this lady sends me an email, right? She's interested in coming by. So I said to her, how did you hear about us? She goes, I've known about you since 1987.
Great.
Wow.
Yeah.
90 day.
She goes, I've known about you since 1987, right? So, it pays to stick to your guns, right? Okay, so empathy in sparring. How do you progressively teach students footwork with broken rhythm? So for me, progression is pretty much this. Single or simple, right? And then compound or combination. So you can have a single footwork pattern, or you can combine, right, two different types of footwork. And then we have a thing that we call the change your mind footwork, or the half beat footwork. So it takes a full beat. If I'm doing slide and step, it takes a full beat to go forward, a full beat to go backward. If I do the change your mind footwork, it's a half beat forward, and as soon as you land, it's a half beat back. Right? So it's like hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, and then hitting 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? So that the rhythms are different. Right? Same thing, but the rhythms are different. So that's one way that that we would do it. The change your mind footwork, or the half beat footwork. Right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Right. All right. Jerry says, how do you stay relevant or up to date or hungry in terms of training and martial arts development? All right. So Jeet Kune is not supposed to go out of style. It's not supposed to become irrelevant, because it is meant to evolve with time. But I would be the first to admit that we have not done a really good job of that. Bruce Lee has stayed relevant. I saw a video yesterday, a bunch of Asians from the One Championship, all talking about Bruce Lee as their hero. Okay? So they all have something to say about Bruce Lee. You watch any documentary. I remember, what was the one? I Am Bruce Lee, I think, was the documentary. You had skateboarders, you had BMX bikers, all talking about Bruce Lee. So Bruce Lee has stayed relevant. Bruce Lee is up to date. Ang Lee is going to make a movie about Bruce Lee, right? So Bruce Lee is still relevant. Bruce Lee, right? Somebody just asked me about the legend of Bruce Lee. But Jeet Kune, we know it's relevant and up to date, but the general public does not know as much. So we have not done a good job of that. And I'll tell you why that is. It is the stubbornness of some people to not accept the fact that Bruce Lee said, to change with change is the changeless state. So if you go, well, we don't do anything, we don't change anything because Bruce Lee didn't do it that way. Bruce Lee did in this, Bruce Lee did in that, so we don't either. That's how you go out of style. That's how you become irrelevant. You see, so if you look at Muay Thai, no, I can't. Oh, no, you can't look at Muay Thai because Bruce didn't do Muay Thai. Is Muay Thai relevant to today's fighting approach? Yes, right? So there's something to be gained. Yes. So what do? You check it out to see what you can get from it. You don't turn away from it, turn your back on it and go, no, nothing. Right? Bruce didn't do Penjak Silat. Okay, we know that. But here's what we also know. There is a drawing in the Tao of Jeet Kune, his notes, that's taken from the Penjak Silat section of Quentin Chambers' book. So at some point in his 32 years, Bruce Lee picked up a book and opened the page to the Pencak Silat section and went, oh, okay, let me put the tracing paper over this. Why did he do that? Because he thought, this has nothing to offer me. Nothing. Nothing to offer me. Is that
I
why
just
he did
like
it?
drawing.
Right, exactly. Right? He needed to practice. He needed to practice his art skills. Right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if you are a
Yeah.
true descendant, if Bruce Lee is truly your role model, what the hell do? You do what he did. He had an interest. He checked stuff out. Nobody is saying that you have to become a Thai boxer, that you have to become a Silat man. Nobody's saying that, right? If you want to, and you got the money to do it, and you got the time to do it, you have the level of interest to do it, more power to you.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean, right, that you have somehow forsaken Jeet Kune Do. Because there are people who go into this stuff and they swim underwater to the 9-foot part of the pool, the Pencak Silat pool, right? And they hang out down there, right, in the 9-foot section. And then they come up to the surface, right? And then they get out of the pool and they have had the 9-foot portion of the Pencak Silat pool and they can take that experience with them. You see?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So when you set up Jeet Kune Do as this thing that is inviolable, right? There's these rules. It must be this, it must be that. You forget that Bruce Lee never said Jeet Kune Do is this and this only. In fact, Bruce Lee said something like Jeet Kune Do is at once this and that. Right? Bruce Lee said something like there is no distinct Jeet Kune Do, distinct style of Jeet Kune Do. Bruce Lee said something like a guy who is caught up in saying that Jeet Kune Do is exactly this and only this doesn't get it. He's still caught up in his own prejudices and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And Bruce Lee wrote about having to dissolve his own prejudices in order to fully express himself. So when you get people who are talking about, oh, I'm a dedicated Jeet Kune Do man. Really? Really? So what do you do to fully express yourself? I do only what Bruce Lee showed me. I do only what... Man, Bruce Lee got to be Bruce Lee by going beyond Bruce Lee. So you don't get to be whoever you are by going only as far as Bruce Lee. Would Bruce Lee, a guy who evolves and then unfortunately is taken away from us accidentally, is it not logical to assume that had he lived, he would have continued to evolve?
Yeah,
That's
of
the
course.
basic logic
Definitely.
of it, right?
Yeah.
So if you are a true descendant, if Bruce Lee is truly your role model, isn't it incumbent upon you to evolve in the way that you can? Now, I am not saying that everybody's evolution has to be, let's say, in the direction of my teacher, because I'm not gonna cloud around, right? When you start talking about Muay Thai and Pencak Silat and Kali and whatever, you know we're talking about Inasano. But this is what people got to get through their heads. Inasano never said Kali, Muay Thai, and Pencak Silat are Jeet Kune Do. I know there's a thing about the Jeet Kune Do blend, right? But see, when you don't have an in-depth understanding of how Inasano talks, right, and why he says what he says when he says it, you will go, oh, look, he calls Savat and Wing Chun and Jiu-Jitsu the Jeet Kune Do blend. Yeah, he didn't say, oh, look, Wing Chun, Savat, and Jiu-Jitsu are the new Jeet Kune Do. Right? He didn't say, this is now Jeet Kune Do. He goes, this is Jeet Kune Do blend. Well, Did Bruce Lee ever call what he did the Jeet Kune Do blend? No. So obviously, if you call something the Jeet Kune Do blend, you're trying to give an idea, a Jeet Kune Do idea. You're not saying this is now Jeet Kune Do. No, you gave it a whole new different name. It's like when people started calling it Jun Fan Jeet Kune Do. Did Bruce Lee ever call it Jun Fan Jeet Kune Do? No, they did that for a specific reason, to identify something, right, as distinct from something else. So if Dan Inosanto gives something a name, you cannot grant him that same privilege that he is showing it as something distinct but related, as Jun Fan Jeet Kune Do is distinct but related. Grant him the same courtesy, unless you're looking to have a fight. Anyhow, right? This was not a concepts versus. Did I tell you that? Did I tell you that if you ask ChatGPT if concepts or original is on the right path, it says that concepts is on the right path?
Really?
Yes, it does.
Awesome. I have to do it. I have to test it.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep. Check it out.
Yeah, I will.
Did I ever tell this story about when I was at the Inosanto seminar in Germany? And for the 2 days, there was always this background music playing all the time. You know, I didn't notice it. It was just something in the background. And at the very last day, he makes all of us sit down, and it says, "You've been listening to the same song, but with different covers." Yeah. And then he would play the original song, and you'll go like, "What's that?" And this is the original one, and this is the Japanese interpretation, and this is a jazz interpretation. Yeah. And then he would just change song, and it said, if you understand it, that's what Jeet Kune Do is.
Yeah. Drove me crazy. Right? Because there are some versions of the song that I think sound good, and then there's some versions I'm like, what the hell is that? Right?
Yeah.
You see?
I can relate to that.
So music, right? Music is an excellent metaphor for Jeet Kune Do, especially jazz. You know what I saw today? So I'm at Public Supermarket last night, right? And I look like this all the time, whether I'm coming from class or not. I dress like this all the time. So this guy and I, we both went for the same package of chicken, right? And then I let him get it. So then he saw me outside, and he says to me, he goes, "Are you a musician?" Because people always think I'm a musician. I don't know why, right?
And then you say yes, right?
So he tells me about this group named Bad Brains. I have never heard of them. He told me, look them up. It's a bunch of black guys with dreadlocks playing punk rock music. I have never seen that in my. You would think they would be playing reggae. No, siree.
No.
Punk rock music. The singer even comes out and opens up the concert, right? Jah Rastafari. I'm like, what? And then no reggae, punk rock music, Bad Brains. I'm like, man, you live long enough.
And then you just went to bed.
Right? You live long enough, right? You get to see it all. Right? So again, right? Why are we talking about this? Right? So music. So you never know. So there's some stuff that you will like, and there's some stuff that you will not like. Well, it's going to be the same thing in Jeet Kune Do, right?
Yeah.
I'll tell people, when I was younger, I was not that interested in the grappling stuff. I was 126 pounds, right? I was the skinniest thing in the world. Yeah. I was scared of Larry Hartzell because I was like, he's going to break me in two.
Oh, I've seen those videos.
Right? Mm-hmm. I didn't have enough heft. I didn't have enough meat on my bones, right, to present something to Larry Hartzell. So I was not a big fan of the grappling stuff, right? But as you evolve, you have to pay attention to, if you're going to be well-rounded, And that is my basic philosophy of Jeet Kune Do. So that is something that I would tell people that we would talk about in the initial consultation, right? What is Jeet Kune Do? Jeet Kune Do is Bruce Lee's martial art method and martial art philosophy, a philosophy which preaches well-roundedness as a martial artist and well-roundedness as a human being. If you're going to be well-rounded as a martial artist, guess what? There's two areas of martial art in which you should train: empty hands and weaponry. That's all you need to train in order to be well-rounded as a martial artist: empty hands and weaponry. In empty hands, you got to train what? Kicking, punching, trapping, and grappling, because that's all there is to empty hands. In weaponry, you got to train solid weapons and flexible weapons, edge weapons and blunt weapons, because that's all there is to weaponry, right? If you're going to be well-rounded as a human being, you have to focus on physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual development, because that's what a well-rounded human being is like. So right there, that is my encapsulation of what Jeet Kune Do can do for you as a human being, what Jeet Kune Do training can do for you as a human being. And I, as an instructor, I have to have that in my toolkit to present to other people. So if somebody says, why? What's your contribution as a Jeet Kune Do instructor? What's the purpose? The purpose is to bring people to their own point of personal development. Isn't that what Bruce Lee told us it was? Right? To be able to express yourself honestly, not lying to oneself. That is not an easy thing. That's the goal right there for all of us. So if I'm an instructor, that's my duty. That's my job. That's what I help the people who come to me to do. Get to the point where they can honestly express themselves. Right? Along the way, guess what? Getting hit in the head, you learn something from that. That's what we were talking about on Wednesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You learn to not get hit in the head.
Yeah, there is something to getting hit, right? There is something to having experiences, right? Because having experiences is a thing that can provide wisdom. Aging does not necessarily provide wisdom, because you can get older and older and older and be in a somewhat sheltered existence. That's not necessarily going to make you wise. Yeah, you know,
just makes you old.
If you're somebody out there who has experiences. So now think about this, right? In Dan Inosanto's book, but it happens to be in the Filipino martial arts book, right? He talks about providing learning experiences, because that's where wisdom comes from. So in training, in teaching, you provide your students with learning experiences. It's not techniques or series of techniques. That's not where the emphasis should be. That is a means to an end. You see? It's experiences to usher in or to assist in ushering in wisdom. That's the key. Make sense?
Yeah.
That's why you hang with me.
You're going to end up having to make a t-shirt,
Right? Okay. Rickard, what are your views on punch high, kick low? Although Bruce could very effectively execute high kicks, most of his actual training focused on lower kicks and left the handling of upper body attacks to the hand, right? What are your thoughts on this? Okay, so who is it that said it doesn't make that much sense to punch you in the foot, right? Or to try to kick you in the head? There's somebody that says that. Because when I stick my arm out like this, before, right? When I stick my arm out like this, it's at your head level, right? Mm-hmm. When I stick my leg out, it's at your lower body level. So it makes sense, you know? Mm-hmm. So you kick people in the head after you've thrown them to the floor.
Yep. I have to, yeah. My late Sifo Stefan, he when he told me this quote, he says, "It's just as stupid for my head to headbutt your foot as it is for my foot to kick up to your head."
Yeah. Right.
And
Now, here's the thing.
I just like love that quote.
Does it hurt to maintain a degree of flexibility as you get older? No, it doesn't. Right? So
It depends.
let's say you're 60 years old and you still got good hips and you can still kick people in the head. Guess what? Your body is in shape. So there's nothing wrong with that, right? So high kicking can become an attribute training exercise. Because look, kicking in itself is a ridiculous thing because you are required to balance on one leg and use the other leg vigorously. That is a ridiculous thing, right? That is inviting accidents. Okay? So kicking is a dumb thing. So it's probably smart, yes, to kick low and not put your leg too high. But there's something to be said for strength in a leg and strength and flexibility in a leg that can whack you in the head real hard. Right? If you can pull it off, there's not too much wrong with it. Right? But generally speaking, of course he's right. Of course he's right. The better targets are all on the lower body anyhow.
Of course, yeah. Several primary targets.
But also But also practically, I mean, you're also a better training partner because then you can simulate what other people might do.
Yeah.
Right? It kind of sucks to be the only guy that can kick face, and then you have 20 training partners just lined up, and you have to play the bad guy every time because nobody else can kick.
That's why when they develop the chip for flexibility, I'm going to sign up for that one.
Me too. I'm going for it.
Right?
Yeah.
You don't need it. You just need that machine, that split machine. You just put your leg.
I wanted that one when I was growing up.
I used that. I didn't even need that.
The flexibility before, yeah.
When I was like 16 years old, man, I didn't even need to warm up.
I've seen photos of you.
You just went like this.
I've seen some photos of you doing the kicking like this. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Jerry, on the thing about staying hungry and what have you, right? I've been well fed for decades in the martial arts, so I'm not as hungry as I used to be. You know what I mean? But I'm still interested in eating well.
All right.
Okay. Right? You get it?
I get it.
Okay. Right. And again, if martial art, if Jeet Kune Do is a self-improvement tool, self-improvement is always relevant. You see, so your emphasis, your priority or your emphasis can change a little bit, right? As you spend more and more time, right? So self-improvement is always relevant. So if you're using Jeet Kune Do as a self-improvement tool, it will always be relevant, right?
Yeah.
But the hunger for stuff, it can abate somewhat as you get older, but you should still be a foodie. You should still be interested in eating only at the best restaurants or cooking only the healthiest foods and what have you.
Yeah. I can just feel that for me sometimes, I feel like, oh man, this topic or this thing doesn't interest me anymore. And then I would look into something else and I go, oh, that thing from, let's say, Tai Chi is super fascinating. And then I go like, wait, is there a way that I can somehow use this in a different context?
Yeah.
And then suddenly I feel like everything's new again. And then like, hey, there's something I can pick up. There's something I can research, train, try out, whatever. And then you have that same enthusiasm again.
That's what Inasano has been doing for decades. That's why he would keep going to different people in different arts and what have you. But then you get jackasses, right, accusing him of somehow watering down Jeet Kune. All he's doing is keeping his brain and his system fertile, right? By having these new learning experiences. That's why somebody who's going to be 87 years old, right, in the next month or so, in the next 5 weeks or so, that's why he's still mentally super sharp, because he's been feeding his brain the good stuff for decades.
I remember when I got my black belt in Taekwondo, I always thought that once I hit black belt, then the rest of things would open up. And then once I got there, I was like, but there's nothing more. It's just this. And I felt like I felt so demoralized because I thought there was this greener pasture, but then there's nothing there. It's just the same all over again.
Yeah. Well,
so,
you know, I was actually, we were talking about this last night. I've had associates in Taekwondo who complained to me that after black belt there was nothing left. You know, they kept doing the same stuff over and over again. There was nothing. And then I remember hearing Jeff Smith. I don't know if you know who Jeff Smith is. Okay, so he was one of Jun Rhee's top people. I heard conversations between Jeff Smith and other Jun Rhee Taekwondo people that there was a point in their curriculum where, they had nothing left to teach after black belt. So they had to go out and develop second degree black belt material, third degree or whatever. And I'll tell you this, I know there are some Taekwondo places where in order to develop, to flesh out their curriculum, they borrowed from other martial arts systems, okay? All right? I mean, so you could find Taekwondo schools where they do Heaven Six and Sambrata. I'm just telling you, I'm just saying.
I've seen them.
Right? Okay. So Jerry, you want to know what does my training regimen look like and why? So every other day, I'm in the park busting my ass. Okay. I don't go to the gym. I've been an outdoors workout person for a very long time. I spent 5 years in the gym, and that's how I went from 126 pounds to, I forget how much, but I put on a good few solid pounds of muscle by being in the gym for 5 years. But then once I came across some of the body weight stuff, I pretty much committed to that, right? Because of my association with my good friend G. Anthony Joseph, at some point I am going to try to drop down to that weightlifting era. So that will mean shedding like maybe 20 pounds or so, right? Because of G. Anthony, I just might look into that at some point. But one of the things that runs through my head is this: when I ask myself the question, did you work out this morning or yesterday? The answer must always be yes. So it's 7:05. If I ask myself that question now, the answer is yes, because I was in the park this morning. Tomorrow, when I ask myself the question, the answer will be yes, because I was in the park on Friday morning. When Sunday comes, guess what? My body and my brain already knows you got to get your butt to the park, because if you don't, the Sunday or the Monday answer will be no, and that means you suck. right? And I'm not allowed to suck. You see, because I get on the internet twice a week and preach to people about Jeet Kune and personal development and this and this. If the truth is that I suck, right, then I should, right, then I should get off the internet, right? So yeah, so that is that's the card that I was looking for. We only got as far as the business goals section of it, but it's a card that actually has it. It had also my it had business goals, it had financial goals, it had relationship goals, it had spiritual goals on it as well. I'm sorry, health goals and spiritual goals. So it had like 5 or 6 categories. And it's a card that I carried in my what we call the fanny pack, right? You know. Okay.
Fanny packs are cool, Dwight. It's okay. I have a fanny pack.
Yeah, it's got him back.
Yeah, right. Yeah. What's the name? Joe Rogan. I think Joe Rogan wears one. That's practical, right?
Yeah.
The Rock wears one.
All right. Yeah. Right. So yeah. So that was in there. Right. Okay. All right. So now, Rickard, in addition to the physical part of Jeet Kune, do you also get into the spiritual or philosophical side of the art with your students? And if so, what is your approach to making sure that people don't just learn how to be aggressive? All right. So I remember I always emphasized not bringing religion into it, right? Okay. But because I was somebody who pre-framed new students into the fact that the practice of Jeet Kune, the training of Jeet Kune, was an exercise in total development, physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual, right? And my basic theory was this, right? My basic theory was this. If you were working on the physical development, so you're coming to class and you're busting your butt on a regular and consistent basis, what do you discover? You discover that if you don't have your emotions under control, you're not going to be able to perform as well as you possibly could physically. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Now, what do you also discover when you push yourself physically? You discover that the mind plays a role in it. So like my friend G. Anthony says, he says, man, if you're not excited every day to wake up and work out, there's something wrong with you. So emotionally, right? So he's got the emotional side of working out down to a science, right? So you get to class and you learn to compartmentalize. When you step through the door, my colleagues, I borrowed this from them, the Krauss brothers of Scotland. I saw it on Cass Magda's documentary, I think, and I made a sign. So when you entered the door, when you came through the front door, no, it was on, because we had a glass door, a glass entry door. So it was posted there. It said, now entering Unified Martial Art Academy, right? Leave the, and then we put it in inverted commas, leave the real world behind. Because we taught our students that the real world was inside the Jeet Kune training place, right? That's where you really experience the world. When you were leaving, on the other side of the door, it said, now leaving Unified Martial Art Academy, resume normal behavior.
Oh, that's great. I love that one.
So that was how we approached because my theory is if you're busting your butt physically, you learn that your emotional attitude contributes positively to your physical development. You learn when you keep pushing yourself physically, you learn that the mind is actually the thing. It's like, okay, I'm going for 20 push-ups, right? Okay. And then the mind goes, why don't you just do 21? Right? Why not just do 21? Oh, well, if you're at 21, how is it going to hurt you to go for 4 more? Who, right? You know,
sounds like
people
David
don't
Goggins
usually die because instead of doing 20 push-ups, they did 25. I've not heard of it, right? It's possible, but I don't think it's that normal. So it's just tricks that you play on yourself, right? My theory is that when you have a simultaneous physical, emotional, and mental development happening, you're kind of automatically drawn to spiritual development. So as long as I can provide the physical, emotional, and mental portion for my students, the spiritual aspect is going to come into play. So it's not, so we don't have specific spiritual lessons that we teach or whatever, right? But I am a big fan of the pre-class and post-class rap session. I grew up at the Inasano Academy on that stuff. Like Cass Magda talks about it in his interview, you know, where class finishes at 9. So you go to the restaurant closes at 11 and they kick you out. For the past 2 hours, you've been in the restaurant talking Jeet Kune. Now you're in the car park talking Jeet Kune, and Inasano is pulling out weapons and what have you. Now somebody calls the cops. The cops come by, right? You know, and it's like, oh, we're just a martial art group and whatever. Next thing you know, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Right? Yeah. You know?
Yes, I've done those.
A lot of us in the JKD clan. That's when I think there's, and it's not necessarily a religious type spiritual experience, but it is a kind of a spiritual experience. Yeah. Right. You know, so I think that those things are just kind of, they're just kind of serendipitous, or maybe even surreptitious, you know, they kind of sneak up on you, and they become relevant, right? That's how I would say. But again, because JKD is an art and a philosophy, right? The two aspects are kind of taught side by side, right? Okay. All right. We're getting there. What are your thoughts on women's self-defense? All right. Okay. So, you know, it is interesting for all the people that want to say that men and women are the same, right? That who's ever held sessions for men's self-defense? They don't exist, right? Why? Because men, everybody can be a victim, but bad guys aren't necessarily looking to attack men and expecting men not to be able to fight back. So there is definitely a need for women's self-defense. At the Magda Institute, they do it on a regular and consistent basis, right? See, because this is how it should not be done. Oh, we're having a women's self-defense seminar this weekend. Okay. And then you don't do it again for 6 months, right? Who the hell is going to remember anything that you did for 3 hours on that Saturday? Right? So there might have been a time in the history of the world, let's say post-World War II, where some guys came back from Asia with some tricks of martial art that were not as well known or as familiar in the West. You see? So maybe now you could teach a woman a few tricks of self-defense.
Yeah.
That is no longer the world that we live in. So the thing about women's self-defense is this. Women have to be taught, because it's not as automatic for them. Women have to be taught that self-defense is a state of mind. It's not a set of techniques. When he grabs you, you do this. Whoa, 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 whoa. What happened before? How did he get all up in your face to be able to grab you? Right? So,
Awareness.
UMA Miami Jeet Kune terminology, we call it the going to Bermuda factor. Right? The going to Bermuda factor.
Oh, okay.
The airline code for Bermuda is BDA. So this applies to martial art training, period, but is much more important in the women's self-defense arena. There's the before aspect, there's the during aspect, and there's the after aspect. That has to be part of the training. Now, another guy that did a lot for me and for other people in this area of self-defense is Paul Vunak. Escape to gain safety. ETGS, right? Eyes, throat, groin, shin, knee area, right? But also escape to gain safety. So anytime that I was called on to do that kind of self-defense thing, right? Because we didn't offer women's self-defense classes. It's like, look, just come train.
Yeah.
Right? If you want to learn how to protect yourself, train on a consistent basis. It's as simple as that.
Against men as well.
Right? Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So you definitely do not do what we saw this Goju-Ryu karate guy do at an aerobic studio.
Oh, that's not the one I'm thinking about, right? Where
he shows up with his little entourage, right? Because they're going to do a self-defense class for the girls at this aerobic studio. Okay. So they show up late, right? So that was already a strike against him, because I was there observing, because we were friends with the people who ran the studio.
Okay.
So he and his entourage show up. They go into the bathrooms, right? We're like, okay, well, maybe they drove for a long time, so they have to go pee or something. They come out of the bathrooms. They have changed into their karate gis. I'm like, whoa, is it a karate class or a self-defense class for women? Okay, so whatever, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now they got to warm up. So now they're doing the little warm-up exercises, wrist circles and knee circles and whatever. Then it's like, okay, now the skill portion, I guess, is starting. So we'll do the punching. Cool. They drop into the horse stance to start doing the punching. I'm like, okay then, right? Then you got to learn to punch in Japanese. So, ich, ni, san. I'm like, wow, really? But it was exotic and esoteric, and the girls were like, oh, because their mindset is that they're learning the tricks of self-defense. See, so somehow they're carrying this idea in their head that if they drop into a horse stance and go ich, ni, san, I don't know, the bad guy's going to run away or something, right?
Yeah.
So self-defense is a mindset. Okay.
Yeah.
That essentially is my theory and my approach to it. Right. So, and then understanding the before aspects. So awareness, like Rickard said, the during aspect. So, the whole before, during, and after involves also combat distances. Before is out of range. During is rim of fire. After is in range. And again, the whole idea of the stages of combat, the entry, the follow-up, the finish. The idea of for every opening, there's a lead or an attack. For every attack, there's a counterattack. For every counterattack, there's a re-counterattack. So you take all of those guiding principles and you blend them together to teach a women's self-defense class or women's self-defense course. But I'm pretty sure at the Magda Institute, they run it every month. Right? Every month
good.
they run it. You see? So if it's not going to become, I mean, and they have women who train in the regular classes, but if you're going to provide that, you got to do it on a regular and consistent basis. If it's truly going to be of value for people, right? Okay. How do you help students or a class of students feel that they're growing as a person instead of just learning how to be an aggressive, defendant individual? Well, I mean, think about it, right? Jeet Kune Do is an art and a philosophy. Aggressiveness, you know, I learned this from the karate people, transforming aggressiveness into assertiveness. You see, because the aggressive person, the bully, right, has a lot of psychological problems. The assertive person, however, is somebody who had psychological problems, dealt with them, and came out on the other end, and is now able to assert him or herself in relevant situations. But there are a lot of people who will hide their weaknesses behind aggression. You see, right? So martial art can be a vehicle for dismantling that facade. You see, and turning people, what did Bruce Lee say? Honestly expressing yourself. So you cultivate an atmosphere at your school, in your training group. I hate to use this stupid cliche, but you develop a safe space for your students, a place where they know that they can come and honestly express themselves. It's a place where they can come, train, mess up, right? And it's fun because they go, I messed up in front of a bunch of people who have my back. You see?
Yeah, exactly.
So they have no fear about messing up. It's like, this is the place to mess up, because messing up out on the street, that's trouble. You see? So they learn.
That's bad.
Right? So that becomes part of the growing experience. Right? So when a student comes to you and wants you to help them and challenge them to improve and become more advanced, what do? That's in the curriculum. The curriculum is progressively structured. So the challenges, the help, all that stuff, here's what's needed from them. They got to commit to sticking to the program. So in the initial consultation with the kids, I used to do this with the kids primarily, right? So the kid comes to me and mom and dad are there. One of the questions in that consultation was this. So what should mom and dad do if you come to them and say, I don't want to go to Jeet Kune Do anymore, I'm not learning anything, and it's not fun anymore? What should mom and dad do?
Good question.
And then I wait for them to answer.
And then what would they?
See? So however long it takes, I am silent. And I wait for the kid to answer. Because if there's 4 people in the room, there are 3 people who want the same answer, because the only acceptable answer is they should force me to keep going. That is the only acceptable answer. So if anything else comes out of the kid's mouth, we keep talking. We keep talking until the kid realizes, oh, this is something I got to be serious about. And sometimes you have to do that also for the parents, because parents think, right? They think that to be a good parent, you should say to the instructor, well, you know, I don't want to force him to do something he doesn't want to do. Shut the hell up. He does not want to go to bed at a decent hour. He does not want to brush his teeth before he goes to bed. He doesn't even want to take a shower. You understand? Right? He wants to come home in the stinky clothes, right? And go to bed in the stinky. Look, if you don't force him, he ain't going to do anything worthwhile. But they think that being a good parent means, right? So your job is twofold. You got to get, that's why, like we were talking before, that's why you got to be good at selling, right? You got to be able to sell the programs on the effectiveness of the parents, on the effectiveness of your program, right? And then you got to sell the kid too. But really, if you sell the parents, and if you sell the parents on why it is that their kid has it. So it's like this. You go to the kid, okay, well, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a rapper. I go, okay. Well, who's your rapping role model? Snoop Dogg. I go, okay. Well, let me ask you this, right? No kid ever said to me that Snoop Dogg was his model. It's just that I saw Snoop Dogg earlier today, right? So, right? But you go, okay, well, no, let me get a better example.
Ariana Grande.
Yeah, right. But the point of it is this. I say
okay,
to the
Dwight,
kid,
you're
okay,
forgiven.
well, what do you know about whoever it is that's your role model, right? Did your role model get to the level where he's now somebody that kids like you want to be? Did he get there by quitting? No. So how are you going to get good at anything if you quit also? Oh, now we're done. You see?
Yeah.
So now mom or dad is going to remind him when he thinks about coming to them, I'm not learning is, oh, wait. Well, yeah, we already settled that. Yeah. Right? So
yeah, we all settled that.
that's how the challenge to improve and become that it's built in to the progressive structure of what you do. Right?
Yeah.
And you know, again, I this is probably what the 10th time that I mentioned.
Yeah.
At the Magda Institute, they have a T-shirt. The back of the T-shirt says something like, "Show up, train hard, don't quit." That's the back of one of their academy T-shirts. I think it's something like that. Show up, train hard, don't quit. It's that simple. It ain't easy, but it's that simple. That's how you get good at anything, right? Okay, so training environment. Well, we train outdoors now. And so the only drawback to training outdoors is that you can't spend a lot of time on the ground unless you have brought the mats out, which means that somebody's got to bring the mats in their truck, right? And we got to put them out on the floor or whatever. But training outdoors is much more fun than I ever thought it would be. Because again, I grew up on the whole idea of you have a warehouse and then you upgrade from a warehouse to a store in the shopping center, you know, and now you've arrived. Now you're a king, right? So, you know, again, in the Sano's Filipino martial art book, it said there's a rhetorical question. What is the school, or where is the school? And he's like, the school is anywhere that you make it. Have you learned anything from me over the past 3 hours? This is school.
A lot.
You see what I'm saying? right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It doesn't have to be
That's what
right.
we're
It doesn't
taking
have
notes.
to be in a four-walled structure. As long as you have a mind to put into it, school can be anywhere, right?
Yeah.
Aggression / killer instinct. How do you learn to prepare your students on this aspect? So they have to really be able to play with this. They have to have put in a lot of work. Killer instinct is not something that you should be playing with when you're still trying to learn how to put one foot in front of the other. Right?
No, of course not. Of course not. Yeah.
Now, so when you go past coordination phase and now you're in combat phase, so you're at the second stage of synchronization. So remember I told you that we have 4 stages. Bruce Lee had 3. We have 4. Stage 3 is synchronization with different types of training partners. That's where you can start to play with it.
Yeah.
Here's a compliant partner. Here's a more aggressive partner. Here's a slow partner. Here's a fast partner, right? So you start playing with the mind.
Yeah.
You see? Now, somebody who gets to the stage of flow. Okay? So now, right? Let's take Chisao. You could have a Chisao training session where one guy is aggressive as hell, right? Trying to hit the smacking, right? Beat the stuffing out of somebody else. And the other guy's job is to learn how to take that on, right? And deal with it and resolve it and what have you. You can't do that to a beginner. And you can't necessarily do it.
Of course, that would be totally unfair.
Person, right? So training something like killer instinct has to be reserved for the higher level people. Right? Okay. How do you deal with ego? So in the old days, I used to ignore it, right? In the new days, I don't deal with it. Okay. I'll give you an example. I saw this clip today. It's like an Uber driver, right? So he picks up the ride and he says, so I think he says something like, "Oh, how you doing, man?" Right? And you hear this voice say, "Oh, did you just assume my gender?" The guy goes, "Get out."
That's just the wrong type of way to start a day. Get out of my car. We're done.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going home.
So
thank you very much.
I'm done.
Yeah, it's a simple, right?
Yeah.
So I'm kind of kidding because, the funny thing about ego is that most times when we hear ego, we think of somebody who is full of themselves, right? The thing about it is this: the shy, introverted kid that's being bullied is also full of ego. He just happens to be full of negative ego that has been turned inward. You see? So ego isn't always necessarily synonymous with braggadocious. Not always. So there are some ego-filled people who need your help. You see? But if you, as we would say in the islands, if you bounce up to me full of yourself, one of two things is going to happen. You're going to get deflated, right? Or, right? So, yeah. I don't deal with it. Right? Because if you come to me saying you want to learn from me, but your secret agenda is to teach me a thing or two, I'm going to pick up on that fairly quickly. Right? And depending on the mood I'm in, right, I either shut you down, okay, instantly, right? Or I play with you a little bit and then I shut you down. But generally speaking, nope, I'm not dealing with it, right? Unless it's what I call reverse or negative ego, right? Because negative ego.
What's that?
The kid who always complains, right? The kid who says, the kid who is like, oh, I can't do this. Oh, I don't understand, or whatever. That kid is also full of ego, right? Okay, it's just warped. Yeah. So you got to work with you work with it. You work with somebody like that who has come to you, right? The person who comes to you full of the other kind, the braggadocious ego. If you can quickly get to the point where it's like, listen, man, you don't have to approach me that way. You see, right? Yeah. If you can quickly get to the part where it's like, look, right? Here's what we do, and here's how we do it, right? Oh yeah, but at the school that I used to train at, it's like, oh, okay, I get it. So I'll tell the story, right? So when I worked for Eastern Airlines in Barbados, our flight used to come in from Miami, stop in Barbados, and then continue down to Trinidad, right? So one night, but we did not have a license to carry people between Barbados and Trinidad. That was reserved for the Trinidadian National Airline, BWIA. But we still had to make arrival announcements and departure announcements within the terminal because that's what's required, right? But we couldn't take people except if it was what's called a non-revenue passenger. So if it was an airline employee, we could take them because they're not a commercial, they're not a revenue passenger. So one night, the BWIA flight was severely delayed. So these people hear that the Eastern Airlines flight is departing to Trinidad. So I'm at the departure gate. A bunch of people run down, BWIA passengers, run down to the Eastern gate, telling me, we want to get on this flight. I'm like, can't do it, right? Legally, we're not allowed. A guy says to me, he goes, boy, do you know who I am? I go, you must be God, right? And then I turned around and I went and dispatched my flight.
Oh, that's great.
That's an awesome comeback. Awesome comeback.
Right? So it depends on the mood I'm in. Right? Okay?
That's another cup you can sell.
Yeah. It depends on the mood I'm in.
Just having a t-shirt with all the quotes. Hang with Dwight. Depends on the mood I am.
You must be God, right?
You must be God, right? Okay, all right.
And you answer yes.
Oh man, listen. So Rickard, you said, is it better for the student and or for the instructor that the instructor gives a complicated technique to the student to learn, or is it better to give a simple thing and make it difficult to learn? Right? Okay. So you don't make it a habit to make anything difficult for the student to learn or to catch on. Right? See, every technique can be done slowly or it can be done quickly. It's a step up to be able to do it faster, right? Every technique can be used in a simple attack or in a compound attack. That takes time. Every technique has a counter to it, which must be learned. And every counter has a recounter, right? So there's no need to make anything complicated, because if it's complicated, that means that we've given it to the student before the student is ready for it. So as much as possible, everything has to be structured. And then why make it difficult to learn? Right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Right? If what we're about is delivering or positioning people for success, right? Then why do I want to invest any time in making something difficult to learn? Much more effective to make it challenging and interesting to learn, but not difficult. That's where learning can be fun.
Oh yes.
You see what I'm saying, right?
Okay,
So it's not better. Again, I think that an instructor who delights in, here's what the karate people used, here's how they used to express it. You had martial arts schools that talked about how tough it was to earn a black belt in their school, right? Okay. So imagine if you had a university that talked about how tough it was to earn a degree, right? 50% of the people who attend our university never graduate. What measure of success would that be? Right? Man, we run such a good university. It's so hard to learn anything here, right? That 50% of our people fail. Wow. I want to sign up with you for sure. Right? No need.
Great marketing. No.
Interesting and challenging for sure. But not difficult. Progressively structured and move people along when they indicate through what? Evaluation that they can handle it. Move them along to the next phase. Move them along to the next level of training. But it doesn't have to be difficult. Difficulty is built in. Not everybody learns everything at the same time in the same way. So difficulty is built in. So you don't have to deliberately invest in making it more difficult. It's already difficult. We don't know that it is, right? Cass Magda, the first time I saw the Floretti, I was like, oh, you mean like this? The first time I saw the Floretti. Okay? Right? Yeah. So there is no need to make it difficult. Yeah.
Oh, this one,
right? Because they're just, fortunately for me, there were just certain things, right, that I could pick up on. But so yeah, I picked up the Floretti like day one. I can't learn anything in Balintawak. Okay, I suck at Balintawak hugely, bigly, right? Okay, because there are some things my brain can get like that. And then there's some things my brain, man, I got to go slow. Okay. So
yeah,
I wouldn't need a Balintawak instructor to deliberately make it difficult for me. It's already difficult.
You're done.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Rickard, you said, I'm a huge believer in the importance of understanding body mechanics and human anatomy. Right? How do you guys teach your students about that kind of thing? So I certainly don't teach it as a separate thing, right? In the way that your question is separated from other questions, right? Go back to stages of synchronization. They got to learn about body mechanics. So it's integrated. Yeah, it's a compartment of it's a part of the teaching. Yeah, it's right. It's right there, right? Okay, all right. So we got just a few more. How do you deal with ego? Okay, so fun training stories or experiences, right? Okay, all right. So
Here we go.
one day, it's a Saturday afternoon, and usually after class is over, right? I would I'd lock the front door, but this particular Saturday I didn't, and so a bunch of thug-looking guys walked in, right? And the conversation immediately went to the fact that they trained with Herbie Thompson in Nisei Goju karate, right? But it's like these four thug-looking guys. And if you lived in Miami and I said Nisei Goju and Herbie Thompson, you would understand what I mean by thug guy, right? But that doesn't matter, okay? So then they looked up on the wall and they saw a picture of Inasano. And they go, whoa, that's that Bruce Lee guy. I go, yeah. They go, I go, that's my teacher. So they were sitting, right, in the office chairs. They snapped to attention, bowed, and walked out the door.
Wow.
You understand? Because it was Dan.
Why? Just because it was Guru Dan.
That I was his student. Yeah, baby.
So much respect for him.
Yeah, baby. That's how I roll.
Yeah.
Okay? That's why you hang with me.
That's why we hang with Mike.
Right? Okay? Now, I'll tell you another one, which was not as much fun, right? But a guy called my school one time to ask me about trading Inasano seminar videotapes with him. And I was like, nah, not really. I don't do that. He gets pissed. He's like, oh, why are you giving your personal power away to Inasano? You know, I could get Larry Hartzell to come over there and teach you a lesson. I was like, well, wait. No, is this right? No. There was another guy who called me and said he was Larry Hartzell, right? And he was asking me who gave me permission to teach Jeet Kune in Miami or something, right? And I was like, oh, you're Larry Hartzell? He goes, yes, right? I go, that's interesting because, you know, I met you, I know you, you know me, but you don't have that North Carolina accent when I first met you. Well, I am Larry Hartzell, and, you know, I just might come down there and teach you a lesson, right? So that was one phone call. This other phone call comes from this guy, and he's talking about trading Inasano seminar tapes. And when I say, no, not really, he says, you know, I could get Paul Vunak to come over there and teach you a lesson. Right? I'm like, oh, well, that would be great because I have done private lessons with Paul. So I'd love to see him. If you could get him to Miami, yeah, sure. Send him over to teach me a lesson. Right? So later that night, a guy and his students do show up at my school. He says to me, I'm ready to fight you to the death. I go, why? He goes, you had a phone call earlier today. And we found out from that guy that because that guy, so dig this, right? So a Miami guy comes to me, another Miami guy, to fight me to the death. He says, my instructor in Oklahoma got a call from that guy you were from Nevada that you were on the phone with. And that guy from Nevada told my instructor from Oklahoma that you have been here in Miami bad mouthing James Lee, who died in Oakland in 1972. I go, whoa. A guy in Nevada called your teacher in Oklahoma and told him that I am here in Miami bad mouthing James Lee, who died in Oakland 15 years ago, and you're here to kill me? Well, when you put it that way, it is kind of stupid. You think? Right? I said, look, let's do this. You give me your instructor's number in Oklahoma, and I will call him myself and explain to him what happened. So I called the guy in Oklahoma. You know what he told me? He told me, yeah, you know.
Oh. Yeah, there he goes.
This happened, right?
Oh, you're back.
Here's what he says to me. He says, you know what? Yeah, when we let him into our organization, we kind of knew he was a troublemaker.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that little glitch there might be the system telling us it's time to wrap up. So let's see. Rickard, you said what is our common denominator that brings us together besides Bruce Lee, Intercepting, and philosophies? How do you teach your student about what brings us closer instead of separating the lineages? All right. Okay. So I'm somebody who has been dealing with this lineage situation since 1983.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's a very long time. So I don't necessarily bring it up to my students. If somebody has a question, right, depending on how much they need to know, I'll tell them the truth as I know it, right? But there certainly isn't anything to teach about lineages, beyond teaching the history of Jeet Kune. There's nothing to teach about the lineages, right? Okay, so enough about that. Jerry, I think.
No, Jerry goes.
What happened to him? Right? Okay. All right. We might be overloading the system because we're making history, right? Never gone this long. We have crossed over. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We have crossed over into Joe Rogan territory. Right? We have crossed over into Patrick, Bet David, and Andrew Tate territory. Look at this. 352-47, right? Okay.
Oh, I'm glad I took mine now.
Yeah. Right. So, all right. So where are we? What are your personal backup tools if your JKD intercepting does not work in an altercation you did not see coming? All right. I try real hard to never be in a situation where I could be caught off guard. Right. People have heard me talk about this. I will sometimes go south on the train, even though my destination is north. I will go south on the train to where it starts so that I can pick my seat. Right? Okay. Yeah. Right? Okay. I'll do stuff like that so I cannot be caught off guard. However, interception occupies what I call the top rung of the ladder of skills of counteroffense. Interception sits at the top. There are four other rungs of that ladder. At the bottom is distance, block and hit, simultaneous parry and hit, evade and hit, interception. I have four other methods available to me, right? If interception is not a possibility. Right. But if you are pre-armed, right? Pre-framed or whatever, right? But there are some times where you can't control the distance. You don't have that opportunity to see what's coming, but you try to stay aware and alert, right? But there's 4 other things available to you, right? What is your favorite offensive hand and foot technique and why? I don't think I've ever been asked this. So, the cool answer would be to say, oh, I don't have a favorite technique. My technique is a result of your technique or whatever, right?
That's a good answer.
Yeah, but that's just trying to be esoteric and exotic and what have you. I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of the back fist.
Nice.
Okay, right? I'm a huge fan of the back fist. You know why? Because it can be sneaky.
Yeah.
Okay, right? And I am also a huge fan of the hook kick, right? Why? Because the hook kick it's versatile. It can be an instep hook kick. It can be a shin hook kick. It can be a point of the toe in the boot, right? Right, point of the shoe, hook kick. Right? It can hit hard targets. It can hit soft targets. It can hit joints, right? A whole bunch of stuff. So the hook kick is what we call UMAA Miami Jeet Kune vernacular. It's a workhorse technique. It's something upon which you can rely over and over and over again, right? Yeah. So the back fist, the straight rear, the hook kick, workhorse techniques. You see them over and over and over again, right? But truth is, there's nothing that is really favorite, but I don't want to give that stupid answer, right? No. I like
everything's fun.
Yeah, right. Yeah, everything's favorite, right? It's like, look, one time I was in Baltimore visiting my parents, right? And I swear to you, this is what they said. I'm in the kitchen with my mom and my dad, and something and whatever, right? And they said, well, it's because you're our favorite child. Right? Okay. Now, you're not supposed to say that. Okay. Right? But I already knew that. I already knew that because I was the kid. None of my siblings are ever going to see this, right? They're not martial artists, and they don't think I'm particularly impressive, right? So they don't hang with me like you do, right? So I already knew that because I was the black sheep of the family. I was the one that used to sit down and talk to my parents about things, like 3 adults in the room having a conversation. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Right? In fact, I remember when my mom called me for my birthday and she says, oh, right, this is significant. I go, what? She goes, you're now half my age. Right? So my mom actually calculated, right, that she and I were now I was now half her age, and she thought it significant enough to point that out to me. Right? That's when you know that your parent does think of you as an adult, no longer as you're still their child, but they no longer think of you as just their child.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
So anyhow, all right. So last one. Finally, right? I think this is it. Yes. Are you more focused on functionality rather than technique and or personal growth? And why have you chosen this? So they're not separate. Functionality is an important aspect of personal growth. You see? So I know there's a Bruce Lee saying, efficiency is anything that scores. That's true, right? And 2 people, 2 fighters in the ring can hit each other at the same time and knock each other out. Right?
Yeah, it's been done.
All right, it's been done.
It's been done. Yeah.
But here's the thing. Part of the striving to develop yourself personally is to be honest about it. being functional, right? Being functional is part. I'm telling you, the system is like, I don't know what Dwight is doing, right? Okay. The Be Life system is like, he's never done this before. So being functional is part of the personal growth development process. So they're not separate, right? Because if you're not striving to be functional, then you're just pretending.
Yeah.
You see, right? So working on developing yourself, yeah, you got to work that aspect, right? Okay, guys, on that note, we're literally, the timer up in the corner says 4 hours. So thank you for making history with me. Right?
It was an honor.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really an honor.
The pleasure was mine. I'm not even going to close this out because I'm afraid that the system will cut me off for going
Guys, nobody's watching anymore.
Right. I haven't even checked that, right? I'm gonna click off and then go and see if I know that Terry Valor showed up, and I'm pretty sure that Mark Black showed up, right? I haven't even checked.
I think the last reply was at 12 o'clock.
Paul Denuncio. Yeah,
right?
I've seen a few.
Yeah, so I'm not that worried.
This is the Dwight Woods experience.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
I've even had my nephew started watching as we started.
Oh, nice.
My oldest nephew started watching just when we started, and I was like, "Yeah, you got to go to bed." We're babysitting him and his little brother, and I told him about this, and so I got to watch it. Okay, just for a few minutes then.
Yeah. Well, again, thanks guys for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. This was fun. This was definitely.
That's why we hang with.
And I hope you got something out of it for sure.
Thank you. I did. Surely did.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
guys.
Have a good night. Okay. You guys take care.
Good night.
Right, bye.
Bye.
All right. Record-breaking stuff there. 4-hour podcast. History made on this June 16th on the Jeet Kune Dialogues. All right, so I don't know who the heck is going to comment on this because we went really long, but feel free, share it, ask any questions if we said anything interesting. I'll review tomorrow, probably not tonight. Follow me on Twitter at Dwight Woods and on Instagram at Dwight D Woods, at paypal.me/UnifiedMA Miami. You can get the Jeet Kune Journey Volume 1 raw but edited version, paypal.me/UnifiedMA Miami. You can support the Jeet Kune Dialogues channel. Click, if you're over on the YouTube, click the join link and you'll see the different levels of membership and the different perks that you can obtain by being a member, right? And also over at jkdrebel.com, click on the Rebel Gear link. If you heard what was going on, we might actually have a few new items in the next few weeks or so because of this. But click on the Rebel Gear link at jkdrebel.com. You'll see stuff like this, the JKD Notables coffee mug, also available in garment form. But of course, the best thing you can do is to share this video, spread the word about the Jeet Kune Dialogues. Okay, that's it. I am done for the week. You guys enjoy your weekend. Stay safe. Talk soon. Dwight Woods, the Jeet Kune Rebel, signing off.